Hey, everybody, welcome back to the Deep Weeb podcast. We are swiftly approaching the 5-year anniversary of the podcast. And while it's been a pretty small, pretty niche thing, I just really want to say thank you to everybody who's helped out with the podcast in any way over the years, whether it's just asking questions, throwing a few bucks by Patreon, hanging out with me on the Discord, all the YouTube algorithm stuff, liking and subscribing. Really means a lot and seriously appreciate it. However, there's always been that one guest that people have wanted on the podcast that it's like, I don't know if this is really going to happen. And I'm delighted to say that today's that day. So MattVsJapan, thank you so much for being literally the most requested guest for the podcast. Really appreciate, yes. Appreciate you coming on and thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's quite the honor. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And joining us as well is Darius, again, for a third time. So thank you, Darius, for helping me co-host this one and hopefully asking Matt a lot of questions today about the language stuff as well as some of the other things that we have to cover. But yeah, Darius, thanks so much for joining, man.
Yeah, of course. It's great to be here. I'm just as excited as everyone else is to talk with Matt about nerdy Japanese stuff. So it's good to be here.
Great. So let's go ahead and give you guys a rundown. So basically, I want to start off just kind of talking with Matt about, what his origin story is, because believe it or not, some people don't have his birth certificate hanging on their wall. Some people don't know every little detail about him, to my surprise. I had some people asking me for the podcast, can we ask Matt, where does he work? Also, things like, has Matt thought about learning Chinese? So there's a lot of people that just have no context of Matt, which is kind of a surprise to me, quite honestly, because if you found this podcast, I don't know what you're doing if you haven't seen Matt. But then also, we'll dive into some of the recent shenanigans and some of the reasons that I never really thought this podcast would actually happen. There's, a fair share of drama, shall we say, that got addressed. And then, quite honestly, there was still a lot that I still had to talk about Matt. And he was kind enough to actually agree to talk about some of those things today. So I'm looking forward to kind of airing that out, being fair about things. You might not agree with all the things. I certainly didn't, but at least you'll hopefully be able to see some more transparency than what we've seen in the past. And then from there, we'll actually dive into some of the, catching up people with what's been going on with Matt over the last 3 or so years. I know for a lot of us, we probably kind of checked out and we're just immersing bro. And then from there, we'll hopefully dive into some of the nerdy Darius language stuff that he's interested in covering. And then hopefully finally round out with some otaku media content recommendations or just general Japanese recommendations. And then we'll go ahead and wrap up the podcast. So there probably will be some timestamps generally, but as always, if you guys want more detailed timestamps, please do leave them. It is a community-driven thing, and I just want to say again, thank you guys so much for that. So let's go ahead and dive into it. So Matt, fill us in. What was the first moment for you where you're like, okay, I gotta start learning Japanese? And also along the path, what were some major personal milestones, and what did that timeline kind of look like for you for learning Japanese?
Yeah, so the first time I ever became interested in Japanese at all was when I was a freshman in high school. And I was watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 because I never know how much detail to get into on this story because probably most people don't care. But if you're curious, I'll try to tell it quickly. When I was a little kid, I really liked Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, card game, and everything, elementary school. And then, I never, didn't stay into it. But, I always considered myself someone who liked Yu-Gi-Oh! And I really liked the series on YouTube, Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, which is this
Right.
guy would dub over, he'd take an episode, cut it down, dub over it, kind of turn it into a kind of funny parody imitation of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I was watching that. I think I watched it in middle school or even elementary school. I always liked it. And I was kind of rewatching it in high school just because I was feeling nostalgic. And then he kept mentioning this thing called Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0, which when I looked it up was the season of Yu-Gi-Oh! That was created before the main series that we all probably watched when we were kids, but was never aired in America because it was not child friendly enough. And I was like, that sounds interesting. I want to see that. So I looked it up, and because it was never aired, there was no dub. So my only choice was to watch it in Japanese. I had no interest in Japanese. That was just the only way to watch it. So I started watching it, and then I don't know, it was probably a couple episodes in where I just had some moment I remember I was watching it on a little iPod Nano, like a little tiny screen in my bed at the time, and I just had a moment where I was like, I need to learn Japanese and go to Japan. And up until that moment, there were the kids at school that were into anime, but I always thought they were kind of nerdy losers, and I was like, I'm not like them. They're the weird ones. And then I was like, whoa, maybe those kids were like the enlightened ones all along, and everyone else is like in the darkness because they don't understand. And ever since then, I like that day started looking up like how to learn Japanese, and I spent basically 2 years just wandering around in the dark doing blue-pilled stuff, like taking Japanese classes at my high school and randomly going through how to learn Japanese apps unsystematically and watching anime with English subtitles. And then at some point I discovered AJATT. I'm assuming I don't have to explain what that is.
Yeah, you're good.
I was like immediately sold on AJATT. I read the whole blog. I was like, this guy is like, he figured it all out. This is the answer. And I actually had a couple like failure runs, like starting AJATT and stopping, like, because I was trying to do RTK. I had some false starts with RTK a couple times. But then I had this, like, about 2 years in, it was the summer before my junior year in high school. I took this trip to Japan that was 3 weeks. It was like a 3-week trip organized through my school where I stayed with a host family and, just went around and did stereotypical tourist stuff all day. But it was like the most fun experience I'd ever had in my life. Like, part of it was just going to a foreign country with other kids your age. It's inherently pretty fun. But Japan at the time felt exactly like I had just walked into an anime. And I was lucky. I had a super awesome host family, and we really got along, and I felt like I really bonded with them. And at that moment, and then also towards the end of the trip, there was this one point where I showed my host mother the one video of Katsumoto from AJATT speaking Japanese, the one where he's wearing the blue shirt. And she was like, oh, if I wasn't looking, I would assume it was a Japanese person talking. And at that moment, I was like, oh my god, this guy is completely legit. AJATT is real. And from the moment that I got home from that 3-week trip, I went like all Japanese all the time, basically as hard as I could. And I had like 6 months of super hardcore AJATT. Then I went to Japan on a study abroad because I was like watching all these anime that mostly take place in high school. And I was like, Japanese high school, this is like the most important experience a human could have in your life. Like, I'm only going to be in high school once. This is my one chance to have this, incredibly important experience. So I went and found like a study abroad program and studied abroad at like a Japanese high school. But it didn't go very well at all because I still sucked at Japanese, and I was at a high school where everyone was very focused on studying and, not super extroverted. My host family also was, had some issues, and also I was just very stuck and like, I need to do AJATT and make Anki cards and like be optimal every day. So I kind of like,
did you get some
all
rooftop
these factors combined?
Did you get some rooftop lunches in there at least, Matt?
They didn't even let me on the roof, bro.
Bro.
Biggest disappointment
is it really a Japanese experience, high school experience? Dang. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the biggest. I thought about sneaking in a couple times, but I mean the one thing that was like exactly like anime that was good is like the culture festival, the Bunkasai.
Yeah.
That was really fun. It was exactly like anime, and that was like I'm like, okay, maybe it was all worth it because of this. Like I had my anime experience. But yeah, for the most part, I had a terrible time. I got really good at Japanese because I was basically just grinding, reading light novels, and making Anki cards all day. But yeah, it was supposed to be a 10-month study abroad, but I got really sad and lonely and depressed halfway through. And my parents were like, no reason to stay there if you're having a bad time. Like the money's already spent. It's not coming back either way. So then I came back home, had like a deep moment of personal reflection of like, was this whole Japanese thing bullshit? Or not? Do I want to keep doing it? Like, what do I want to do? And after, like, doing some digging, I decided that I still felt there was something here that was precious and that I didn't want to leave behind, and that I had to finish the job that I'd started. And so I dove back in and, like, started doing all Japanese all the time again. Did that for a couple more years, and then finally reached a point where I was pretty good. Then I transferred into a normal university where there was a lot of Japanese exchange students, and, like, became friends with all of them and started, like, speaking Japanese all the time, too, like, doing output all the time. And then by the time I had like 5 years of AJATT experience, I was, probably at like 80-90% of my current level, like very fluent in Japanese. I had another personal like crisis of like, why do I even like Japan? Is Japan really like what it like? Was this all just a fantasy that I had? Where I'm just convincing myself that this is like, was it? I'm just trying to escape from something. Like I had another crisis.
Is that the 3-hour video mark?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Infamous.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and so yeah, I took some time away from Japanese, but then eventually again I couldn't get away from it. I ended up coming back and realized it was a part of me whether I wanted to be or not, and that I didn't really need to have a reason to like it, like whether initially my initial reasons were legitimate or not. Like here I am, I like Japan, it's part of me, it's my passion, and I kind of just accepted that, and then I started my YouTube channel, made videos about AJATT, and then did MIA.
So
did
what
Refold,
year did you actually kick that off? Do you remember? For YouTube?
my YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my first YouTube video related to learning Japanese was actually at the very beginning of when I started AJATT. So there's a video in 2011 where I'm just giving a room tour. I was like, "Hey guys, look, I have anime posters on my wall. I sleep on the floor for no reason."
Yeah.
Like,
That's
still on my channel. Yeah. And I had a couple of videos in between. Like I think even in 2015, I had some videos on like how to use subs to SRS or like how to retime subtitle files, like a couple stuff. But I started uploading like regularly in late 2017, I think, and it was like really 2018 that things really kicked off. Like started picking up.
Okay.
How many years were you into learning Japanese at that point in 2017 or 2018?
Well, I started AJAT in 2011, so at that point it must have been like 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, I tend to not count those first 2 years where I was just wandering around in the dark,
right?
Because it really feels like that was so insignificant to the big picture. But yeah.
But so at that point, you were already like pretty fluent, and you believed in the method, I guess, that you were using. And
yeah,
you, like, wanted to share it
I mean,
with people.
The one thing is, I think I got into pitch accent in like 2015, 2016. And so when I started YouTube, I was still in the process of like figuring pitch accent out. So that's probably the one thing that like significantly improved from the time that I first started my channel to like now in terms of my Japanese ability is I was already like pitch accent aware and was studying pitch accent and stuff like that. But like if you look at the videos when I first started like doing YouTube regularly where I'm speaking Japanese, my pitch is still like pretty shit. So that was still the thing that was like evolving most actively. But yeah, I was, for the most part, I was already completely fluent in Japanese. Yeah, like I think like 5 years of AJAT got me to like probably 85% of my current level.
So what year did you start picking up the pitch stuff, and like how long until you started to feel like you actually made some gains there?
I mean, so I probably I started pitch accent like 4 or 5 years in to like AJAT. Again, I'm not counting the first 2 years.
Sure.
Of
Yeah.
But yeah, 4 or 5 years in, I kind of had my pitch accent awakening. And then it was probably like 2 or 3 years until it was probably, around like 2019 where I was feeling like my pitch was decent. Again, at that time, I was also like doing, YouTube had become my job. I had a Patreon and I was making content all the time. So like Japanese, I wasn't really working on Japanese full time like I had been in my first 5 years. It was really like 5 years of full time working on just pretty much exclusive focus on Japanese. And then after that, it was like a side thing. So I was, continuing to study pitch accent and work on it. I had Anki cards and stuff, but like it was kind of a side thing. So I think that's why it took me a couple years before my pitch accent would have got good. I think I could have done it in like one. I think I could have gotten even farther than I am now in 1 year of like focused effort, but I wasn't really what I was doing at the time.
Sure. And then from there, like making a bunch of YouTube content. I mean, at some point starting MIA, right? Is there anything else? Like at what point did that start?
I think MIA became a thing in 2018. Did that, and then for like 2 years, MIA imploded in 2020. Refold also launched 2020, I think. Did that for a couple years. Then in 2022, I launched Project Uproot, and that whole thing happened. And then 2022, I also moved to Japan. And then, have been kind of laying low these last couple years. Finally came back to YouTube like a month ago. Yeah,
and we'll talk a little bit about what happened during that time period here in our next section. But I do kind of want to cover, I see, having been so involved in multiple communities, I see a lot of hearsay around how good is Matt at Japanese, right? You'll see the people that say, oh, just blindly, oh, he's just the best, right? And then there's also the other side of that, which is, no, Matt's awful at Japanese and anybody can literally do better than him, which also... I mean, we'll get into it, but also just sounds a little bit extreme. So I guess I'd ask you, Matt, like, how do you measure your own Japanese ability these days? And where would you actually say you're at?
Well, I guess I think of my Japanese ability and just language ability in general But yeah, particularly the way I think about my own Japanese ability is you could say there's like 3 main categories. Like nativeness in terms of production, overall competence, and then phenomenology. And so in terms of, like, for me, I think more than a lot of people, I put a lot of value on nativeness. So I think you can make a distinction between how much do you sound like you're a native speaker versus how competent are you actually in the language, right? So you can imagine a distinction here where all native speakers get 100, 10 out of 10 score on nativeness. But some native speakers don't sound very articulate, right? They might not be very educated. They might stumble over their words and sound, like dumb when they speak. And on the other hand, you might have second language speakers that still have a foreign accent, and so they sound distinctly foreign, but they're very articulate. They're able to, they have a giant vocabulary. Their grammar is essentially perfect, and so although they sound distinctly foreign in the way they speak, you could argue that they're better than the language than some of the native speakers. So these are 2 different vectors, and I think I tend to put more emphasis on the nativeness category than a lot of people. That's something that I've just always been obsessed with. Like, I want to pass for a native. Does it matter? No, but for me, it's just a personal thing I've been fascinated with, and like, how can you be sound like a native even though you learned later in life. So in that score, I think there are people that are better than me for sure. I think that, like, when I think back now, I think that what you do in the first year of learning has huge impacts on how hard it's going to be for you to truly pass for native. So I think the fact that I spent a lot of time reading early on, set me at a really big disadvantage in that area, because I was making up these pronunciations in my head and they're really deeply rooted in my mind now. And so I think, like, sometimes I will pass for a native speaker for short periods of time in specific circumstances. Like, if someone's talking on the phone and they're not paying close attention and it's like a less than a 1-minute phone call, there's a good chance they'll just assume that I was Japanese, right? Even sometimes in person, when people aren't paying attention, I get asked a lot if I grew up in Japan and things like that. It happens all the time. So I know I'm pretty good, but I also know that, like, if we're in a quiet environment and you're listening to me speak and you're paying attention, there's still many, like, subtle foreign artifacts in my Japanese.
That's funny. I asked a Japanese friend what they thought of your Japanese, and they almost said that verbatim. They said, if I wasn't paying attention and I just heard him in the background, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's a Japanese person. Maybe after a couple of minutes, I'd realize, oh, he's not. So to me, that's one of those things. Like, Matt's pretty good. That's pretty legit. So to anybody who's still wondering that, I mean, ask a Japanese friend. The reality is, a lot of us don't have Japanese friends to ask that are starting out learning Japanese, though. So I think it's important to be able to have, somebody to ask that you can, get some of that feedback. So you heard it from me and my Japanese friend and somebody else. Yeah, go ahead. What's up, Darius?
I would like to say that it's more than just, like, pretty good, because when you think, like, I think of when I grew up in America and have, like, a bunch of friends in America, some of whom are foreign. I actually don't know many people at all who are, like, foreign, unless they were here from, like, a very young age, that got to the level in that first category of nativeness where they pass as native for a number of minutes, or even, like, at that level. Even for the people who are here for, like, 20, 30 years, who speak are very articulate and, like, fluent, don't necessarily, like, pass as native. That's actually very rare. So I think, like, in the Japanese learning community, we have actually set, like, very unusual standards for ourselves, in terms of, like, everyone wanting to sound super native and, like, idolizing the, like, 2, like, random people on YouTube who have, like, managed to achieve it. But, like, yeah, it's actually pretty impressive to be able to do that for anyone.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Good
yes,
point.
I mean, I think especially now that my understanding of, like, what factors really go into maximizing your odds of being able to, be completely native-like, and how much of those were not in my favor, I think it is pretty impressive how close I've been able to come. And, like, sounding native, it's less about, like, how many years have you worked on this, and much more about, like, what did you do for the first year? And so there are people that I think do better than me in this category in the community that you mentioned, like Ananya, for example. I think, like, she's, like, a really super impressive example of, like, having, like, that native X factor that just really makes you think like she sounds native, even though, she might mess up pitch accent sometimes, or, might use constructions that natives wouldn't use sometimes. Like, there's just something about the rest of her pronunciation and like quality of her voice that, like, really just triggers that, like, I'm hearing a native speaker thing. And I hear native speakers say that. We'll probably talk about this later, but the thing that all the people that surpass me at this one quality have in common is that they mainly learn through listening. And so I kind of view it as like in a sense, we're not on an even playing field because the method I used in that first year. But that probably just sounds like I'm making excuses. But anyway, that's where I'm at that one dimension. In terms of the competence dimension, I think that's probably more impressive in ways than my like nativeness dimension because, yeah, I think I'm pretty articulate in Japanese. I think I'm more articulate than like a lot of Japanese people in ways. And I think that came from reading many novels and making a crazy number of Anki cards. Like my vocabulary is very big. I regularly teach my Japanese girlfriend new words that she doesn't know. Like we'll be watching shows and words will come up and she'll literally ask me what they mean and I'll tell her what they mean. So like in terms of like both passive and active vocabulary and just my command of the language, I think is pretty strong. Although there are certain domains that I still am like below native at, like like Keigo. I can use Keigo, but I've never had to use it for work. So there's I'm still gonna be not great at it, and there's still random gaps in my knowledge. Like I'm still catching up on fish and like flowers and stuff like that a little bit, but overall I'm pretty good. Also there's a phenomenology, which is basically how much when I speak Japanese, how much does my subjective experience feel the same as when I speak English? And also that's something that I've started to value more over time because and also that my new ideas for language learning have started to take this into account, where I think also because of the way that I learned, like really relying a lot on my analytical mind, I've kind of trained myself to partially use my more conscious analytical mind when I'm speaking Japanese in a way that natives don't. And so I think sometimes too, because of that, like when I speak Japanese for long periods of time, I'll get like more exhausted than when I speak English. Or maybe I'm liable to, if I get really tired or if I'm drunk or something, then I'll make more mistakes. Like I noticed, like with accuracy issues and things like that, like a lot of times when I'm speaking Japanese, it will feel like it requires a little more effort. So that's another thing that like overall Japanese feels really effortless. Like I have many relationships in my life I only speak Japanese. I can speak Japanese for hours on end and be totally fine. But yeah, I can still notice that, of course, speaking English feels more invisible to me, more effortless for me, less going on in my mind. There's still like subtle decisions I make. Like there'll be brief moments where I'm speaking Japanese where I'm like, should I use wakaru or shiru right now? And I always make the right decision, but I still have to make that decision, in like brief moments. So like, yeah, I think overall, like after moving to Japan, I started to appreciate my Japanese ability much more because I met so many foreigners and realized like how far above the average I really am. Like almost every Japanese person I've ever met has never actually met a foreigner who's better at Japanese than me. And yeah, it's kind of like what Darius said of like when you spend time in this community, you all the outliers, like the people in the super far end of the bell curve, right, get like all this spotlighted attention. And so before I moved to Japan, I was constantly comparing myself to all these extreme outliers without realizing that was what was happening. And after moving to Japan and getting kind of like more in touch with what the true peak of the bell curve is, I realized that I'm actually quite an outlier on that far side. So yeah, I think my Japanese is pretty excellent, honestly. It's not perfect. I kind of went into some of the weaknesses that I have. There's definitely people who are better than me in different regards, but I think it's pretty hard to argue that my Japanese isn't at least pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I have one follow-up question. So what do you think about the spot basically between the nativeness and the competency category? Because when you're talking about the competency category, you're talking about like passive and active vocab, which is something that really shows when you're like writing, for example. That's where that really shines. But like when you're speaking, there's like a certain crossover of like how fast and like fluent can you speak on like a given topic in a way that like makes you sound really articulate and like smart in something. And I find that for myself, I'm still way better at this in English than I am in Japanese. Even if I can like, I have the same vocab coverage and like whatever, it's just something in English. It's just that much like lower effort that I can just like sort of rant and like say something that's actually intelligible and like pretty cool. Right. And I don't quite have that in Japanese. So I'm curious what you think about that aspect.
I mean, for me in Japanese, it's like very context dependent, like topic dependent. Like there's certain topics that I've talked about a lot and got a lot of input in where probably English is still better, but I'm like pretty close. And then there's other times where like I just haven't got the input or haven't explained it before, and then I'll find myself stumbling a lot more. So yeah, there's definitely a gap between my English and my Japanese. But there's certain topics where I think I can do pretty well. And the other thing is like a lot of times it will feel like much more effort compared to English, but the stuff that's coming out of my mouth I think sounds pretty good. And I don't think the Japanese people can oftentimes tell how much effort I'm putting in. Like I'll often get asked, I'm sure you do as well, like is it easier for you to speak Japanese or English? Like I get asked that all the time by Japanese people. And to me, the fact they even think my Japanese, like that's like one of the best compliments. That's like the compliment that makes me feel the happiest to get, because it really shows like, oh, they think it sounds so natural that they think my Japanese might even be better than my English. When on the inside, it feels like I'm putting in way more effort and trying way harder. So there is that kind of disconnect there of like, a lot of times what's coming out of my mouth is good, but the effort that I'm putting in is way more than it would be if I was speaking English.
Very interesting. Thanks.
Do you also feel that, Darius? Like that? I mean, you already mentioned some of the amount of conscious effort, but you feel like, you know, every conversation you're in, you're having to exert yourself a lot heavier just to use Japanese.
So it's interesting for me. What was the name of the third category you said, Matt?
Phenomenology.
Yeah, phenomenology. Because when I was learning Japanese, it came at a point in my life where I had grown up being like very introverted and like sort of socially awkward. But I had become an adult and therefore realized that there's no need to be anxious or like socially awkward in any situation. But I couldn't like fix my like language patterns in English very easily. But then I started learning Japanese, and I started learning Japanese with a bunch of like fairly like social extroverted Japanese people. And I would just like talk with them and like vibe with them, and I would like copy their behaviors in a lot of ways. And I ended up in this weird situation where I was actually like socially more confident in Japanese, which isn't really like a common pattern. I don't hear this from many other people, but that's how it was for me. So the situation that I'm in now is for certain categories, especially just like casual conversation, like talking with people categories, I'm like more comfortable in Japanese, not in the like language production aspects. It's more just like the psychological like aspect of it. I'm very comfortable in the situations, but I also use Japanese at work, and in that situation, I'm definitely more comfortable in English by far, because you need to like spend a lot more of your brain power like coming up with like articulate like stuff about like complicated topics, right? And yeah, so it like very much depends on the topic for me in that aspect. Yeah.
And actually, what you said about socializing, I actually really relate to as well. I almost feel exactly the same, because I don't really have an as kind of a clear explanation as to how I ended up this way. But I feel that I do better socially in Japanese. Like I've thought about this a lot and how this came to be, and it's still kind of mysterious to me. But I think like in English, I'm definitely an introvert, and I'm definitely like I have a hard time talking to normies. I hate putting it this way, but this is like the only way to put it. Like when I talk to a random guy on the street in America, I get like anxiety. Like they're gonna ask me about sports and they're gonna ask me about politics. I'm gonna have no idea what they're talking about. Like they're gonna think I'm weird. Whereas maybe it's just because in Japanese, like I learned more popular culture because I viewed that as like part of getting good at Japanese. And so like I feel much more comfortable talking to a random Japanese person on the street. Like I don't like, and I know from experience, I come across as more extroverted and more like, you know, not like just more socially calibrated, I guess. And I mean, I have a very different vibe. Like people always talk about, do you have different personalities in the different languages? And I think it's less that I have a different personality, but I definitely have a different vibe, where I come across just much more easygoing and you know, more chill and extroverted in Japanese. And so when it comes to just going to like a party and meeting strangers, I feel much more comfortable in Japanese. But then again, the type of Japanese that you're using in those environments is generally pretty basic language, right? Yeah. Like chit chat stuff. So that I'm super comfortable with. But yeah, it's kind of like what Darius was saying with like, yeah, when it comes to talking about really difficult topics that really challenge your language ability, then yeah, that the stuff I was talking before comes into play.
So I actually have one other suggestion of why it might have ended up for you, because I've thought about this too. And I think when you're learning Japanese, I mean, it depends on who you meet, but in the large majority of cases, the Japanese people you meet are going to be very positive about the fact that you're learning Japanese, right? You know, there's the whole like Jozu meme, and it's there for a reason. And these Japanese people aren't being sarcastic. They're actually saying you're doing a great job and like, you know, like keep on doing it. So when you're like learning Japanese in these environments, you'll probably get a ton of positive reference experiences, regardless of like how like stupid this stuff you're saying is in like reality if you're like to objectively somehow grade it. And because of that, like it somehow just gets like associated in that way in your head that like, oh yeah, like no matter what I say, people will accept me, they'll think I'm funny and cool. And then that like becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy in some sense where you get more confident and stuff. So I think that's a real thing that can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really true because, you know, in English, like there were times where I was like bullied in elementary school, or there were times in middle school where I felt like I had to work really hard to like, you know, be in the higher social caste and the, you know, implicit social caste system. Whereas, and so I had all this baggage in English, right? Of like, you know, maybe I'm not the coolest guy, like I can do okay, but it's, you know, I have to fake it. Whereas in Japanese, it was like a fresh start where like yeah, like you said, pretty much only got positive reinforcement. So I definitely think I have that. I think, yeah, now that I think about it, the biggest difference is just how much negative baggage you have, like pulling you down in like both.
When you grow up as a kid,
yeah.
Go ahead, Kanji.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's funny that you say that because literally just this weekend I went up to Chicago hanging out with some of my wife's friends and relatives, and I was like, holy cow, I have nothing to talk to these people about because I can't talk to them about Japanese and otaku stuff. So I was like, I honestly thought about my dad because my dad's a really quiet person. I was like, he doesn't have like otaku stuff, but I really just felt like him. I'm like just like the quiet old man sitting in the corner, like ready to get back to talking about Japanese, but nobody's here for that. So yeah. Resonates. Moving forward to the next section. So now we kind of have a general idea of Matt, what he's been up to, that sort of thing. General language ability. Let's kind of talk about some of the shenanigans because at least for me, it was like, okay, good, like Matt's back. But at the same time, it's like, man, there's still a lot of stuff that just hasn't been addressed that quite honestly, it makes it difficult to listen to some of the language pieces if you have some of these other things rumbling around in your head. So for me, I think it would just be good if we just kind of transparently talked about some of the things that had happened in the past, talk about why they shouldn't happen again, what sort of how Matt thinks about them now, and as also just addressing a lot of the people's questions that they felt similarly. At least probably 1/3 of the questions were kind of about this section of the podcast. So if you have like zero interest in the drama stuff, hopefully there'll be some timestamps soon and you can just skip past this. But if you love the juicy drama, I mean, this is the part where it's going to be at. So without further ado, so the kind of how we kicked off our conversation, Matt, was you reached out to me after I dropped a comment on the YouTube video where I was like, I feel like I was probably being fair about like, here are some things that actually happened. And I'm still kind of like frustrated about some of these things that Matt has done in the past. I'm glad there's an apology, but there's still other things that just haven't been addressed. And Matt basically asked me, well, you got a list? And I was like, yeah, I got like a whole list of things. And we ended up having like an 1.5 hour long conversation of just kind of going through these. So some of these things, Matt and I, like quite honestly, I already have closure on these. Like I already, you know, I've talked through it. But again, given some of the community questions regarding this, it kind of makes sense to just kind of walk through some of the same concerns I had, because I know even if it's a small vocal minority, like a lot of you still have these questions. And some of you, I just know you're always going to say that KanjiEater's a bootlicker for even having Matt on the podcast, which is fine too. But I want to get into this so that we can at least like kind of talk about some of these things fairly. So there's already been a lot of this covered. I think Matt's apology video already covers a lot of these things. But at least the 5 that I thought of after this, and that some people were telling me, probably makes sense to jump into. So one of them is, so the apology video kind of opened up with, hey, I got recorded and people represented me in a way that isn't really fair to what I was saying. Like that's kind of what I got from it. And the criticism back to that is, yeah, but Matt, you've done the same thing to other people. You've recorded other people too, and used that against them. So maybe you could tell us, Matt, like what is this accusation? Like why would people even say this about you?
Okay, so what I'm pretty sure this is referring to is sometime probably in 2019, I went into one of the DJT 4chan Discord servers. That was a public Discord server that anyone could join. There was like a link posted on 4chan or something. And we all went to the voice chat. We had a long conversation, and I recorded the whole voice chat conversation, mostly just in case someone else was recording. Like I was kind of assuming that someone was going to record me and probably take it out of context or use it against me. So I recorded the whole thing so that I would have like a full copy in case I ever needed to use it to defend myself. And nothing ever happened after that. Like, no one ended up actually, like, recording me or taking it out. So nothing ever happened. But there was one point where Quizmaster was one of the people that was in that gathering and in that conversation. And later, after the fact, he was like, making some quips, talking shit like he always does. And so I edited out one little piece of the recording that made him sound dumb, and I dropped it in the chat just to kind of be like, fuck you for, being a dick. And it was really funny. I don't remember what the thing was, but he got super butthurt about it. Definitely couldn't take a joke, even though he's constantly shitting on people all the time. But yeah, I think I should have said that I was recording if I was recording, so that people would have the choice of whether they wanted to participate or not. I didn't say I was recording, so that wasn't a good thing to do. So I apologize for that. I apologize to Quizmaster for using that against him. But I do think that what happened to me and what I did were quite different, because I was recording a public conversation in a public Discord server, whereas I thought I was led to believe I was having a private one-on-one conversation that actually got recorded. So I think the contexts are different there. Like, public Discord server versus private conversation are a little different. But yeah, I still take responsibility for the fact that I shouldn't have recorded I should have announced I was recording if I was doing so. And sorry to Quizmaster for,
the years of torment that you've caused that man, given how much he talks about you. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, fact is you recorded people, yeah, without their consent. And that's why people are upset about it. So then the next one here, so there was a small YouTube channel, which was by the Seyto couple, and they were a Japanese couple that would review people's Japanese. They reviewed Oojiman's Japanese. They reviewed myself, Doth, and Ham Slice on an episode. And they gave really good feedback. They were fair about things. And right around the time of Uproot was about to launch, they apparently you reached out to them, Matt, and said, "Hey, don't make a review of my Japanese," which to me seems a lot like you were trying to control a narrative for your own profit. Whereas, kind of like we said at the beginning of this podcast, it's good for people who literally have no idea, can't talk to other people about Japanese ability, that sort of thing, to actually get a sense of how good is somebody. And so, more or less, I use the word when we talked about this in private, but like it felt a little bit like power harassment for some big YouTuber to say to this little channel, "Hey, don't talk about my Japanese, please." And that's one of those things that probably a lot of people don't know about, but it's always really rubbed me the wrong way that you went out of your way to kind of cover this up for your own profit. So, I mean, what do you think about that situation?
Yeah, I mean, definitely think that was a stupid thing I shouldn't have done. I mean, yeah, at the time, I think, like, I had never really set out to make things this way, but the narrative kind of built up at a certain point that, like, Matt speaks perfect Japanese. He's, like, the best at Japanese, and he's number one. And at the time, I felt like that was a big part of my brand, and so I was worried that, like, if there was some kind of a kizu, if there was, like, if that, if it came out like, oh, Matt's actually not that good at Japanese, and then I felt like everything I was doing was going to crumble or something. And yeah, and of course my ego was very tied up into it as well. And then when Uproot came along, like, we could probably talk more about this later maybe, but basically it started off just being like, I'm going to make a pitch accent course. But before I knew it, like, working with Ken, and it turned into this big thing where we were going to run this whole marketing campaign to try to do it.
Right.
And then a lot of the marketing materials were, like, based on the fact that, like, we speak perfect Japanese. So then I kind of felt like backed into a corner of, like, oh, I really have to maintain this image, otherwise it's going to be completely, like, hypocritical for me to, it's gonna be like sound like bullshit when I'm, like, selling this course.
Yeah.
And so
the marketing already did that for you, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, clearly, but yeah, at the time, yeah, that was kind of what's going on in my head. So I was just kind of like, I need to keep up this image, like, and so yeah, I reached out to them. In the way I recall it is that I asked them pretty nicely, and it wasn't kind of like a don't do this or else or anything. It was kind of more like, hey, I just so you know, if I have any vote in the matter, I would vote on the side that you don't do it. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, it's kind of scary to go against a YouTuber that has, like, power in the community. So I mean, definitely, yeah, it was a lame thing to do. I mean, in hindsight, like looking back on this was like probably four years ago now, getting there, or at least 3 years ago. Like at the time, I definitely had my ego too tied up in my Japanese ability and like maintaining my image.
Right.
And yeah, I think it led me to do that, which is definitely like a stupid thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So continuing on the path of stupid things. So at some point with that recorded video, you bought the rights from it from our good friend Chicken, who recorded it, and you decided to DMCA the small YouTube channel that decided to take all of your conversation and basically put it onto YouTube. And so this is Anacreon that did this, and he basically said he wanted to make sure that the world knew Matt's, basically like how Matt really thought about things. And I mean, you can go find the video and make your own decision about how it was represented, compare it to the 2-hour video. But the fact is that you then DMCA'd his channel 3 times so that you could stop the video from, I guess, kind of back to the last point, potentially putting a mark on your legacy here. So I guess I'd say, like, what was that situation like? How did that come about, and what would you do differently now?
I mean, yeah, at the time, I mean, I think this was like before Uproot was actually a thing still.
Right.
But yeah,
it was interesting, like, foreshadowing to it. Like, to a lot of people, this was the foreshadowing to it. You mentioned that in your apology video.
Yeah, but yeah, like it felt like, I mean, in my view, he completely took things I said out of context to make it sound like I was saying way worse stuff than I was.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's some things in the video that maybe you could argue were like in line with what he was saying,
right.
But there's a big chunk of the video where I'm literally just talking about what Katsumoto did and Katsumoto's marketing strategy, and he edits the video to make it sound like I'm talking about my future plans, which is like a complete unfair representation. And he's taking all and it just paints me to look like I'm a terrible greedy person that hates my audience and is just trying to like squeeze money out of them for my own gain. But in my head, I'm like looking down on them, which didn't feel like a true representation at all. And yeah, I mean, the position I was just in at the time is like, hey, like I'm trying to make videos to help people learn Japanese. This guy's just attacking me for basically no reason, and it's going to hurt my reputation. And it's not, what he's saying is not true. So I want it taken down. So I kind of, in my mind, I was just thinking like, it's not fair that I'm getting attacked for stuff that I didn't really do, and I'm getting painted in a way that's not true. So I'm going to do it in whatever I can in my power to defend myself and take it down. And so that's what I did. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like what I should have done, like, I mean, there's a very practical side of it where it completely was meaningless, because then he just made a new channel and just re-uploaded again, but now was even more empowered because he was like, Matt's trying to censor me and take down my stuff, and then it just made all his claims seem even more convincing, and it painted me even more negative light. So I mean, yeah, I've kind of learned the lesson the hard way more times than once that like you can't silence people, you can't take things off the internet, like, whatever's out there is out there, and it's like the Barbra Streisand effect or whatever, right? Like any effort you put in to try to control the narrative or take things down, or hide things, like it just completely backfires and has the opposite effect. So there's definitely the side where I mean, it's clear that all those things I did just made the situation worse for me. So I would have been better off just ignoring them. But yeah, I mean, I think now in like my kind of policy for my whole life now is like, don't do anything or say anything that you wouldn't be okay with anyone or anybody knowing about. And so clearly, like, there's the DMCA claims for copyright. There's maybe a very weak argument that like there was copyright there, but in reality, it was probably fair use, and so I wasn't in my the legal right to take down the video on basis of copyright, and so yeah, that was a dirty move, and we shouldn't have done it.
So you want to patch up things with Anacreon, is what I'm hearing.
If he was willing to, I mean, it's very hard to imagine that.
I mean, especially since we haven't heard from him in like multiple years, but yeah. But I mean, I will say,
yeah, no, I'd be willing to patch it up. I mean, like when I think about it, like, I patched things up with Yoga/Lucas, and he also made a hit piece video, and now we're on good terms. So I mean, yeah, if he really had what's it called, like good intent, there's like a more fancy word for that, like, he was
sense.
really like, hey, like what's beyond good terms, let's patch it up, then I definitely would be willing to. I can't see it happening, you know.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really saw the yoga thing happening though either. So I mean, how did that even come about? Because it's funny because in that 2-hour video you have, like, you actually mentioned that at the end. It's like, yeah, I'd love to in like a year or so patch things up with yoga, and it's like, oh well, I mean, that actually happened. So how did that even come about?
Well, I mean, to preface things, like, I think we both felt really bad about what happened, and we both actually wanted to patch things up the whole time, right? Like, it was like, so the premise was nothing at all like the Anacreon thing, because like we were like best friends, and we were running this thing together, and we happened to run into this kind of standstill where we couldn't really work through our differences. But
yeah,
I think we both really regretted what happened and like really wanted to patch things up. So that was always kind of there in the background. He was the first one to reach out to me, so like props for him. He just kind of sent me an email one day, and it was kind of under the frame of like yeah, let's patch things up and bury the hatchet, and also, do you want to like help advertise Migaku?
Yeah.
So at the time I was kind of like, okay, I appreciate it, like making the first move and like putting the hand out, but it also kind of felt like it was kind of a business motive to do that. But then that's how we got started talking, and then he came to he was living in Japan for a while, so he came to Japan, and we went and met up, and then we got really drunk together, and that was it, basically.
Nice. So one of the things that you just said, to skip back, was you feel like you got misrepresented in that call. But then it's funny because, I mean, a lot of people's criticism of the Uproot thing was that you were criticizing Katsumoto's approach to marketing, but then that's basically what Uproot became, right? So there's the whole whale meme that came out of this, and I guess, I don't know, there's a couple different directions that we could take this, but I mean, what, on one hand you're saying I don't think of them that way, but also then there's the actions that show, well, I'm trying to make as much money out of them as possible.
Yeah, I mean, well, so you wanted me to talk about Uproot or talk about the stuff I said in that clip? Because I feel like those are also two like different things.
So I think to a lot of people they're the same thing. That, I mean, here I'll skip ahead to a quote from now. Maybe I'll say that. Sorry, I'm jumping around. So I think people look at the 2-hour clip as a foreshadowing of Refold, and that they're very similar. So if you think that they're different, how are they different?
Well, I mean, I think what I said in that video, which, I mean, maybe I stand by, although, well, realistically, no. But what I said in the video, but I don't think is that bad, is that I was like, when I'm actually talking about the whales, there's parts where I'm talking about what Katsumoto did, but when I'm talking about what I would do, and at the time it's under the frame of what Refold's going to be, because I was still part of Refold, is that if I could see having a product that is like overpriced in order to make money from the whales, assuming that there's a bunch of reasonably priced or free products so that anyone that didn't have a lot of money could still get everything they needed. So it would kind of, this is kind of like what every business does, right? Is like you have different tiers. There's some reasonably priced tiers, and then there's one tier that's way super expensive, because there's some people that just have the money and they're going to buy the most expensive one either way because they can afford to do it, and to them the difference in money is so little it doesn't make a difference. So even if they get only a little bit extra, it's still worth it to them, because it's like pennies from their sense of value. And so not having that tier is just a bad business decision, right? But it's separate from the marketing, right? If you're marketing it like you need to buy this expensive one, otherwise you're going to be in a bad position, then I think that gets more predatory and like very, very bad taste. So what I think I'm saying in the video, I'm not saying that I'm going to market it that way. What I'm saying is like, yeah, I think maybe one day I will have some like super high tier for the whales. That's like the term whale is not a bad term, right? It just means somebody who has so much money, they're going to buy really expensive stuff, right, because they can afford to.
That's true.
So
yes.
Making a product that appeals to the whales is not a bad thing. It's a normal thing that every business does. So I think like that is what I actually said in that video. I don't think I said anything bad. I think then the what made it all problematic is that when I released Project Uproot, it was this expensive course that even at the time, it was $500. That's still expensive, but that's not really the price tier that like Katsumoto was talking about, or that like when you think about a whales, it's still a lot lower than that price tier. Like when you're thinking about truly high ticket like online courses, that's generally in the range of like $1,000 or more, like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, and Katsumoto's courses were that much. So from my point of view, like the course that I released was not really aiming at the whales. It was more aiming at the average person. It was like expensive, but still within reach of like the average person. So already like I still had in my head like, yeah, maybe one day I'll make a product for the whales, but Project Uproot wasn't it. That was just for everybody basically, right? It was just expensive. And then coupled with the fact that the marketing was really terrible and out of bad taste, like I talked about in my quote unquote apology video.
Yeah. So I mean that's the next topic. So a lot of people's criticism of the apology video is, I think Karo wrote it pretty well. So why did you wait until you had something to sell before trying to make amends? And that the apology video basically feels like an ad.
Yeah, so this has to do with my relationship with Ken Cannon. So basically, a bunch of things happened at the same time. So I was working with Ken Cannon up until like just a couple months ago. And Ken Cannon was completely against the idea of making anything like an apology video. I don't want to go in too much in his personal view or whatever, but he was kind of the opinion that like we should just go forward like nothing happened, don't show any weakness, and eventually everyone will forget. Whereas if you apologize, you're like showing weakness, and then it's going to make people, it's going to confirm in the minds of people that you did something wrong. And like, he has a whole philosophy of like PR. And so, we had this partnership, and he was kind of the leader in the partnership, and we had to talk things through and agree on things before we went through with them. And anything that I said publicly about the controversy that happened with, our joint business venture was going to massively affect him as well, right? It wasn't just something I could do on my own. So he was totally against coming out and being like, apologizing for what we did. He was like, we didn't do anything wrong. Like the marketing, there's nothing wrong with the marketing. That's kind of what to this day, as far as I know, what his stance is. And so it wasn't until I decided to break ties with Ken Cannon that realistically making up an apology video was even an option. Because if I would have made that something like the video I made before breaking things off with Ken, he would have cut me off for doing that. And he essentially has cut me off now that I've made this video. And so, yeah, I had to first get to the point where I was like, I'm not going to work with Ken Cannon anymore. Then that even became a possibility for me to make this video. But also, by stopping working with Ken Cannon, all my income was from our joint venture. So now I need to start a new business venture to make money, because now that I ended my relationship with Ken Cannon, I have no more income anymore. So it kind of just so happened that like the feasibility to make an apology video and my new venture that I made started at the same time. Of course, I could have I agree that it's kind of in bad taste. Not kind of. It is in bad taste that in my apology video I advertised my new thing. It would have probably seemed a lot more genuine and would have come across a lot better if I left that to a future video and just kept the apology an apology. The reason why I decided to do that was because I had no income and I needed to secure financial stability for myself, because I have rent to pay and I pay for food and stuff. And the for the last 6+ months of my venture with Ken Cannon, he hadn't paid me any money and my financial situation had gotten pretty bad. And so I kind of was like, I knew a lot of people were going to watch my comeback video and my apology video, and so I knew it was a good financial opportunity, and I kind of weighed the pros and cons and just decided to take that in order to improve my financial situation. And it's hard for me to say that I regret doing that, because it did have a lot of people signed up to my online community after I made that video, and it launched me into being a place where I don't have to worry about how I'm going to pay my bills for the next couple months. So yeah, I agree it was in bad taste that I advertised that, and I'm sorry if it feels like it took away from the apology. I truly feel like everything I said was completely genuine. I wasn't saying anything in that for the sake of selling anything. I was saying it because I felt like that's what I should say, and I meant everything that I said. But I also took advantage of the opportunity to, advertise my community.
Okay. I mean, continues to feel pretty transparent. Hopefully the audience at least understands that I don't feel like old Matt used to be this honest about certain things over the last couple of years. So I certainly appreciated that, being able to have that conversation with you for the hour and a half that we had privately, and then being able to rehash some of this stuff publicly. So appreciate that. Some of these next things, I think we should kind of go into what some of those gaps are, again, brushing over anything that hasn't already been stated in the apology video. But so what was it that led to the exit from Refold? Was that strictly the Ken Cannon thing? Was there anything else going on there? Did you feel like you accomplished what you were looking for there? Why would you exit from Refold?
So the biggest thing is that, well, I started Refold basically because I was like, I need to make something to compete with yoga, like quickly, because yoga had this video that painted me in a really bad light and basically said I was lazy and didn't do any work, and he did everything behind the scenes. And so I kind of felt like if I don't prove that what he said is false, then it's going to become the de facto narrative. So I was like, I got to create something quick. And when I was in this very stressed, kind of what felt like a dire situation at the time, I had just recently met Ethan, who was, the co-founder of Refold. And he was like, oh, I'll help you out. I'll help you build this thing. He was interested in, he was about to start a different venture, but he was already looking to become an entrepreneur, start a business. And he was very interested in these ideas, and he was invested in language learning. So we kind of started it together. And after it kind of got, so at the beginning, I'm just like in this mode of like, I got to, create my new big thing so that I can reestablish my reputation and counteract the narrative that yoga put out there. And so I was kind of heads down focusing on that for a while. But then once Refold got off the ground and it kind of things calmed down, and, Yoga was doing his thing, I was doing my thing, and all the leaves had kind of settled, I guess. Then I realized that I didn't really like working on Refold because, Ethan had a certain vision for Refold. He wanted to grow it really big. He wanted to, really streamline the process of immersion learning, and he wanted to potentially get it in schools, maybe get it in the government, like get it in businesses. Like he had like big plans for Refold. He wanted to turn into a real corporation with many employees and would make a real impact on the world. And so in order to do that, every week we'd come together, we'd have a meeting where we decide, like, what are we going to do this week? What is the best possible use of our time in order to move towards this big goal that we have? And then, we'd decide on stuff, what we were going to do. And then I'd have to go and like spend my whole week every day doing the things that we decided that we were going to do. And then we'd come back at the beginning of the next week and do a review and be like, how did it go last week? What are we going to do this week? And it basically felt like I just had a normal job.
That's
like,
exactly what it sounds like, Matt.
Yeah. And so, I'm doing all this work that, like, I was basically assigned to do. I mean, we agreed on it together, but it felt like I was just assigned it, right? It wasn't what I, felt passionate about in the moment necessarily. And yeah, I didn't enjoy working on it. I started to really crave what the situation I had a few years earlier when I had a Patreon, and I was always making content. I was always creating value for people, but I had total direction over the value, and I could really just follow my inspiration in the moment. So, I have ADHD, like a lot of people. And so, like, when I get passionate about something, I get hooked on something, I hyper focus on it, right? I will, like, if I discover some new language learning theory or some new idea or some new technique or something, like, I will spend 12 hours straight researching this thing and then understanding it really deeply and then creating a video about it. And I, like, a lot of my best videos on my channel were created for like I had the idea like that day and then just worked on it nonstop out of this, like, the just inspiration in the moment. And I think that's how I work best. That's how I'm most productive, is when I'm able to just follow my passion, because I have a passion for language learning and understanding language learning, and like following that in the moment is what allows me to like make my best stuff. But I couldn't do that in that environment, right? I couldn't just drop the plan we had and like do a deep dive into some language learning theory or like whatever, or some, do a deep dive into some new case study that's of someone who popped up and find out exactly what they did or whatever. And so I pretty soon was like, I don't want to do Refold. I mean, but I'm not able to just turn Refold into my personal thing because I'm doing it with Ethan. We have, we agreed on this thing. So pretty early on, I was like, okay, I think I want to go back to having more personal freedom. I want to be in a similar situation to what I was like with my Patreon, where, I have people supporting me, I'm providing value, but I'm like more living in the moment type thing. And so I talked to Ethan, we came up with a plan so that, he understood that. And also I knew that if I just, this was like probably within the first 6 months of running Refold. So at that time, people only cared about Refold because it was MattVsJapan's thing.
Yep.
So at the time, if I was just like, okay, bye. And then Ethan's like, hey guys, it's just me now. Like, we all knew Refold would have just immediately died. And so I felt responsibility for Ethan for, like, he had already invested a bunch of time and effort, and he helped me out in this, really tough situation I was in. So we created this pretty long-term plan of how I would slowly exit Refold and transition in a way that he could have a good shot at keeping it running even without me. And we did that, and it worked out pretty well.
How long? How long?
I feel pretty good about that overall.
How long in was it till you were like, I don't really like this work style, and you decided to start talking about that with Ethan? Pretty
early, like I think about probably, like, I was part of Refold for like 2 years total. It was probably around like the 6 month point when I really was like, this isn't really what I want to be doing.
Okay. And so from that experience, I mean, did you get anything positive from that? I mean, what did you learn from doing that?
I mean, a big part of what we were trying to do with Refold is like make it so that the average person can understand these ideas and make use of these ideas. So before that point, everything I'd really done with MIA was very power user oriented.
Yes.
Like, you know, we'd create these add-ons that just had like every single possible feature. The menus were terrifying to look at. Like I wrote guides that, you know, like were pages and pages long and written in very, you know, not fun to read ways. And the mindset at the time was kind of like, hey, are you serious? Then suck it up and deal with it, bro. Like that was kind of how we thought about it. And then with Ethan, we kind of changed, you know, the mindset to like, well, we want these ideas to reach a big audience, and you have to really worry about how you're delivering them in order to reach a big audience. You have to think hard about how to make things simple, how to make them easy to understand, how to make them accessible, and it takes a lot of discipline and a lot of hard work to do that. Like making something simple is a lot harder than making something complex. And so I think, yeah, it was a really good practice in like learning how to make things simpler, how to understand the needs of you know, a more average busy person that doesn't have all the time and motivation to dig through like super nitty-gritty unintuitive software and things like that. And yeah, I think I took that with me, that understanding of you know, how to appeal to a broader range of people.
Fair enough. So I mean, if you were to start over on the Refold path again, I mean, what would you do differently on that?
Well, I mean, personally, I wouldn't. If I could go back, I wouldn't have started Refold. Or maybe I would have, but I would have done it all on my own so that I could, you know, basically just do what I was doing before MIA and do what I'm doing now, which is, you know, just do my own thing and explore. Like what I'm most interested in, what I've always been most interested in, is like uncovering the like full truth, full big picture of what's the best way to reach the highest possible level in a language. You know. Like I'm interested in the question of like, let's say somebody wants to get to like a high level of fluency, but they don't care about, you know, reaching native level. Like, what's the optimal path for them? I'm still interested in that question, but it's not the question that like really fires me up the most. The question that fires me up the most is like, how do you do what I wanted to do, which is like become equivalent in every dimension to a monolingual native speaker starting from an adult. And so that's like, yeah, that's what I always, when we were doing Refold, that wasn't what I was pursuing. I think that was also a big part of why, like, the thing with Refold is we kind of had this mindset of like, okay, we have a method that works pretty well, and let's focus on repackaging that method so that it's palatable to the largest amount of people. Whereas the way I kind of feel about it now is like, in terms of that second question of like, what's the most optimal path to reach native level as an adult, I feel like there's still a lot of unknowns. And what I really want to do is explore those unknowns and try to elucidate them and really get a really solid method that I'm confident is like the best way to do it and be on that cutting edge. And so that's like what I'm doing now and what I'm most passionate about and what I've always really been most passionate about. So I mean, if I could go back, I would have tried to find a way to just do that right from, you know, leaving MII. I wouldn't have taken that detour through Refold and trying to like worry about packaging this okay method that we have to like a bigger audience.
I mean, why is it that you didn't like go back to Ethan as a business partner and just say, hey, like why don't we take things in this direction? Like as a business partner, I would expect that you probably have some weight to throw around, especially like you said. I mean, if you would have just dropped it immediately, it would have been nothing. So I mean, why didn't you just push it into that direction?
Well, what I'm doing now is not really fit, like it doesn't easily fit into like a traditional business, right? Like if you want to build a business around language learning, by far the easiest way to do it is to like have a method that's good that you're selling, right? So it's hard to, how do you turn a business out of trying to figure out what the best method is that you don't totally know what it is yet? You know, like it doesn't, what are you going to sell? Like it's a lot vaguer, right? Like the business model I have now works because I'm spearheading this community and people that want to join the cutting edge and want to like be like following, you know, the newest updates on like what the best method is and like almost experimenting with things themselves, like that are willing to be on that journey, join. But like I don't really see how I could turn that into a big business with many employees, right? Like I don't really see how the current business model I have could support more than just me. And I think it's also just not really aligned with what Ethan wanted to do. Like Ethan wanted to take this and start a business, you know, and like the thing is also this goal of like how do you reach the highest possible level like doesn't appeal to the vast majority of people. Like there's only a minority of people even care about that. So even in that sense, it's not really fit for like building a really big business in that way.
Pokemon Random in the chat says Darius expected a Japanese learning conversation, but KanjiEater is forcing it to be a Matt Q&A. No, actually, we talked about this before, that probably Darius wouldn't have a lot to say on the drama part, and then we'd get into some of the deeper language learning things. So, believe it or not, probably Darius and myself don't just want to beat up Matt on some of these old things for like 3 straight hours. I know that's what a couple of you want, but
I did realize I should have bought some popcorn and brought it with me. So just, like,
if you could just every now and then just do like an extreme reaction in case I want to add it to the thumbnail to anything, Darius, that'd be great. Okay, so the next part of this, so we do want to talk about the Uproot part of this as well. So despite all of the critical reception to it, it sounds like you already kind of talked about this, that Ken was very adverse to acknowledging any of it. Again, like, was there no wiggle room for you to be like, yeah, but can't you see everybody on the outside is saying this is on fire? Like, did that conversation never happen? Like, what was the dynamic?
It happened
there?
many times, but it happened many times, but every time it'd kind of just end with him, like, convincing me that that's not the case. I don't want to use the word gaslight, but, like, you know, I did really trust him for a long period of time, and we were kind of in a little bubble. Like, I really don't want to paint myself as a victim. Like, I'm trying to, I take full responsibility for everything. I let everything that I'm about to say happen, and I'm not trying to pan on anyone else. So I'm at fault for all of this. But if you want to know what it felt like for me at the time, was that, like, he encouraged me to, like, go totally offline and not look at anything happening online. And even to take a step back. When I met Ken, he was this guy that was like a successful businessman who made a lot of money and had a lot of experience, and was also good at Japanese, and was kind of just like a mentor figure that just had so much to teach me and was going to help me, like, learn so much so quickly. And so that was the way I viewed him for a long time, and that's how, like, our relationship started. So part of me also, like, I was very invested in Ken, like, not misteruing me, and Ken not, like, getting fed up with me and, like, abandoning me, because I was like, this is my ticket to, like, learning really quickly and, gaining business skills and everything. Like, I found a sensei who was going to teach me. So I was kind of, like, very invested in that, and I really valued his opinion, put a lot of weight on what he thought. And so he encouraged me to not go online, not read any of the stuff happening online. He was like, that's just going to slow you down. Like, you got to basically be like Trump, just not give a single fuck what anyone thinks. Go your way, and some people are going to come, and the other people are not going to come, but that's, like, what's going to be the biggest path to success. And, like, a lot of the stuff in there, it's like it's very tricky in a toxic way, because like, I kind of thought of, like, a lot of this stuff felt very, like, impalatable, but I almost viewed it at the time, like, I kind of learned to ignore my instinct and ignore my own conscience, because I was like, oh, that's, like, the weak part of me. I gotta, like, grow and become stronger and not be a pussy. Like, if I give into that, then I'm gonna be a mediocre. Like, the people that reach the top are the people that can overcome these barriers. And I ended up, like, ignoring the parts of me that were saying, like, there's something very wrong about what you're doing, and you should stop and like, course correct.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that I said to you, like, in private before. Like, you didn't have anybody else that you could run this by that could just, like, smack you upside the head and be like, bro, what are you doing? Like, there's nobody.
I mean, not really, because, like, my family didn't know the details of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I met a lot of other people in the community, but I think they all were like, no one had the balls to just be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, because I had so much influence in the community. Like, when people would meet me in person or even talk to me, they'd just be, ooh, it's Matt. Like, they didn't want to. It takes a lot of balls to be that confrontational to somebody, I think, right?
Yeah.
And so,
I mean, you have to have a real relationship with them. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, the only people that were really saying it how it was were people that were in the category of haters to me, right? Anonymous people online. Did not mean to trigger that.
Perfect.
Haters.
Yeah, all these fucking balloon loving haters, and so, like, yeah, like, really, there wasn't anybody. Like, I think when Uproot first launched, my mom saw some of the material and she was like, "Are you sure about this?" But then again, she kind of was like, "Well, you do you, honey. Like, it's not really in my position. I don't really follow this closely enough to know what's going on." And my parents also have this kind of like, "Well, you're gonna learn the hard way. That's still good learning." Like, like, they always have, like, there's so many things. So I'm like, why didn't you tell me that? They're like, you wouldn't have listened anyway. You had to learn the hard way. That's kind of like their their educational policy, I guess, in a lot of ways. I love my parents. I had pretty good parents. I had very good parents. I received great parenting. I actually believe that. But anyway, yeah. But basically, that's
Fair enough.
I didn't have a lot of feedback. No.
So, throughout that Uproot course, like obviously there's a lot of critical reception to it on the outside. Was there anything that like, did anybody get the results you were looking for people to get when you set out to make it? Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know because like we made all the content and I've received a lot of messages from a lot of students saying it was really helpful and that's like how they learn pitch accent. But yeah, like at the beginning, we actually had people send in not testimonials. We had people like record themselves speaking Japanese. So we wanted to get like a before after so we could see, but we didn't really follow through. Like we'd have to, the course took so long to finish, and it was so like there were periods where we didn't post things and then bursts of content and it was all messy and there was never like a clear delineated ending, right? Like in my mind, it never really ended. It was just that we finished the bare minimum content and really I wanted to go back and make more. I was always planning on making more. And so there was not really a point where we kind of like took tally and was like, hey guys, what results did you get? Like, was it good? Was it not good? So, I mean, I think a lot of people, I know a lot of people got value out of it because like when I made my video, first of all, when I like made my apology video, I don't really like calling it an apology video, but we'll just go with that. Like when I made my apology video, I got a lot of emails from Uproot students saying that they watched the video and they really appreciated it and they actually like had an overall positive experience with Uproot and they felt like it really helped them and they felt like they got their money's worth for it. And also after I made the apology video, I sent out an email to all the Uproot students and I gave them free lifetime access to my Immersion Dojo, the thing I'm running now. And when I did that, I got a lot of replies from people being like, "Hey, actually, I had a good experience with Uproot. I got a lot out of it, and I think people are kind of painting it a little bit unfairly." So based on that reaction, it seems like people got a lot out of it. I mean, I don't know if anyone got like a native accent. I mean, ultimately, what it is a pitch accent course that teaches you all the basic rules of pitch accent, and then gives you materials that make it very easy to chorus and do like perception training. So it's really on the students of like, are they going to take the material and put in the hours using it to get the results,
This just in from Poopy Poop. He says doubt. He doesn't believe you that people actually got anything good. So good, great input as always, Poopy Poop. For the Uproot side of things, like when people were in it, like was there any commotion internally? Nobody was bringing up like all the things that were going on outside. Did you manage to like successfully keep that as a echo chamber there? Not eco, I guess that'd be an efficient chamber. An echo chamber in that space, or
it wasn't really necessary to, because like as far as I know, like most people are just saying like, oh my god, it's a scam, blah blah blah. But it's like when the students' perspective, they paid money and then they're getting regular content. Like especially at the beginning, we were pretty consistent for the first couple of months. So like they're getting lives, they're getting all these videos. Like we have like in a lot of ways we over delivered on the content. If you subtract the timeline, so like. I don't think there's any worry for them to be like if they're gonna read on Reddit people saying it's scam, it's like from their view, it's like, well, I paid money and now I'm getting a bunch of content like consistently. Like, what's the scam? Later on, like there was never any complaints about the actual content. Like pretty much everybody liked the content. We did get complaints on the schedule being unclear and being inconsistent in the release of content. Everyone's like, the content's really good, but can you give us more of it and more consistently and keep us more in the loop? Like we were bad at communicating with them. We go silent for periods of time. We would, say like last minute when the live sessions were going to be and stuff like that. So there were definitely a lot of complaints from students on the logistics side of things. But in terms of content, it seemed like everyone was pretty happy.
So this is a question from Sora. So do you think maybe more people would have been on board with the new language learning ideas if you had just avoided the phrases that invoke anxiety, claiming things like, and this is from your newer stuff too, Matt, like causing permanent damage. So there's the old FOMO stuff, which is really extreme, and then, but it still seems like there's potentially more of that fear-mongering still happening even with the dojo stuff, though.
Well, a lot of that is literally, I just believe it to be 100% true. Okay. There are certain things you can do that will make it much harder for you to reach a native like level in a language. I think,
Mm-hmm.
and I can later on. I think we'll end up talking a lot about that in the actual
Sure.
like language learning theory section. So I think a lot of that's just true. I also think that it's important to use your terms carefully. So like recently, I haven't been using. I like first of all, I think there's very few things, if anything, you can do that's truly permanent. I think you can definitely do lots of damage, and it can be very hard to overcome that. But I'm not going to say anything's permanent or impossible. I think you could probably overcome virtually anything if you worked at it hard enough. But there are things that like you can in a short amount of time do damage that's going to take a lot of time to undo. And I think it's definitely worth it to consider that very carefully and be aware of that. But yeah, the wording. So yeah, I don't use the word permanent anymore. I'm even trying to move away from the term damage just because it is very unpalatable. I've been using the word interference. I think there's things you can do that interfere with the process in certain ways. And so, I mean, I think that there are things you can do that damage the process, and you'll have to fix that damage. Like I said, I don't think it's permanent. And so part of that's just the reality, right? It's the same thing with working out. Like you can, if you have bad form and you're going to the gym to work out, you can hurt yourself really badly, right? And you can damage your body maybe in permanent ways. It's just a fact of life. So I think part of that is just true. But yeah, I think it's very good to be conscious of the message, and how you deliver the message is also very important, separate from the content of the message itself. And certain ways are going to make it more palatable, make people more open-minded to listening to it, help them frame it in ways that will be more motivating or more practical to them. So yeah, I've been spending more time thinking about the specific language I use and delivering these messages, and I agree that the ways that we did it during the Uproot launch were pretty unproductive.
So was there actually a finished state for the Uproot project? At some point, did you actually say like, we're done with this? I know you said the timeline kept getting stretched out. Did you ever feel like it actually was finished at a certain point?
So basically the way that Ken and I started thinking about it was like there's Uproot like 1.0, and then we were going to upgrade it to like 2.0 and 3.0, and like we were going to sell it. It was going to be just like something that just kind of continued forever, right? Like kind of like Dogen's course, right? It's like Dogen's course is not incomplete, but he's also still updating it, right? It's kind of, both of those are true. And so we did like reach the point where we could say like the first version was done. Like it teaches you the most basic things that are most important to know. I always had the idea, like I said in my apology video, that I wanted it to be like super comprehensive. And so for me, it was really just the bare minimum. And I was always like wanted to keep updating it. And so we never told the students like, okay, it's done. Like this is the end, because in my mind, it wasn't. It wasn't up until when Ken and I officially split where it became clear, like, okay, it is done now. And then I reached out to the students and told them. That was the email I said a little bit ago, where I reached out and said like, hey guys, really sorry for the way things played out. Not that I think this neutralizes it, but here's free lifetime access to my new community.
I mean, like, what was the reception to that? Did you have a lot of people asking for refunds? Audifer wants to know exact numbers if you have them, but feel free to answer as appropriate.
I mean, so a couple, like I don't remember the exact numbers, like a few hundred people signed up originally. Once we got canceled, like yeah, it might have been like close to 400 people initially that signed up.
Wow.
And then after we started getting canceled, like a fourth of those people or more immediately refunded, like
Really?
before we even started the course. So by the time we actually started it, there were like less than 300 people. And then after that, like after we actually got started and that initial freak out passed, then like very few people refunded, but there was still a small trickle of refunds throughout the time we were running the course, and everyone who asked for a refund, we gave them the refund. And so ultimately there's like somewhere between 200 and 300 people that actually like still have access to the course today.
Okay. And so moving on to the Fluency Incubator part of this. So what came to the inception of that? Like, what you went from having this course that you were going to iterate on to just a completely new product? How was that different? Like, why would you start something new when you hadn't finished that one?
Good question. That's what I want to ask my past self, kind of. But the idea for Fluency Incubator came before we even launched Uproot. Like the way the Uproot launched worked was that there was the base product, there was an upsell of Uproot Platinum, which was like more lives, and then there was Fluency Incubator. So we actually gave people the opportunity to sign up for Fluency Incubator during the initial Uproot launch. You didn't receive the offer unless you bought Uproot, but the offer was there. They didn't pay any money. They just signed up to pay money whenever we started, but we didn't say when we were going to start it or whatever. So even from the beginning of Uproot, the idea that we were going to do Fluency Incubator was in our minds, that we were going to do this like ongoing, because the idea was like, we'll do Fluency Incubator, and then, you know, the students are going to want more, like they're going to want to keep hanging out with us because we just delivered this awesome product to them. So we need to give them a new place where they can come and hang out with us. And so Fluency Incubator was going to be kind of like the bucket for that, where that they can come into if they liked what they got and they wanted to, you know, keep getting more. And so, yeah, we always knew we were going to do it. And it kind of got to a point where, yeah, the basics of Uproot were done. And in my mind, I think the thing is, Ken was satisfied with Project Uproot. He was kind of like, hey, I mean, from a business standpoint, Ken's position is correct, because like most people they're not invested in like going into like the most itty bitty minutia of like what I had in mind. Only like a very small number of people really would care about that. But, you know, I had my pride of like, I wanted to create what I would have wanted, right? Which is something that covered every single nook and cranny of Pitch Accent. But in reality, most people, like by the end of like what we made with Uproot, they were like, too much, like no more details, nothing more to memorize, please. Like my brain is like about to explode. This is already too much. And so like Ken was like more of a businessman, right? So he was like, okay, well, we gave people what they wanted. Like they don't want any more. Most people are like, I got the basics. I'm going to sound like 95% native now. Like I'm good enough. Right. Most people, like, they were satisfied. So he was like, okay, well, let's move on. And I was like, yeah, but I want to make more. We didn't cover this. And he's like, okay, well, you can keep doing that on the side. But, you know, let's continue to do business. Because, like, right now we're not doing any business anymore. And you know, and he kind of, you know, he didn't like overtly tell me like no one cares about all the stuff you want to add. But I could tell that's what he was thinking, basically. And so, yeah, the idea was like, okay, we'll get started on our next business venture, and I can keep making Uproot content on the side. And I did that for a while. Until, yeah, basically things.
So what was, I mean, it sounds like your working style with Refold and Ethan was you were literally, you know, a scheduled office almost, like you're going to work on these things. And then on the Ken side of things, did you feel like you were able to still just do things that you were more passionate about there? Or did that still not strike the balance that you were looking for?
It was better, but still not like I was not totally happy with it. Like, I mean, with Uproot, it was pretty good because like I was pretty much in charge of the content, so I could just go ham on like, you know, making the content exactly what I wanted. I mean, Ken gave input, and a lot of his input was helpful, especially with, you know, being like, that was hard to understand. Like even I couldn't follow what you just said. You need to make that clearer and like stuff like that. So he gave me a lot of good input. For the most part, I was designing the curriculum and I was teaching it, and so I was able to do it exactly how I wanted, and that was really nice. With Incubator as well, like basically I would give like a kind of 30-minute like, you know, presentation on a language learning topic. And for the most part, I could come up with whatever I wanted and make the presentation whenever I wanted. So there were a lot of times where like I was learning about some language learning concept, or even a concept that wasn't directly related to language learning, but, you know, I could kind of tie it in, and I could teach whatever I happened to be looking into that day or that week. And that was pretty nice. But overall, yeah, like I think I'm not cut out for partnerships. I think I'm, you know, I like to have full control. I like to be, you know, be the one in front of the steering wheel, and not. I think it's good to get input, but I think I like to have the final say. And I feel like I don't like being in that position where I need someone else's agreement before I can do something. Just due to the way my creativity and my productivity works. And so, you know, it's not really on Ken or anything, but like I'm much happier in my current arrangement where I'm leading my own thing and have total control.
So how did you end up breaking it off with him? Was that a simple conversation? Did you have to tell him multiple times, no, really, Ken, I really need to break up with you? Like, what was the...
No, I mean, I think he felt it coming, because like if you watch my apology video, like I mentioned, like some stuff had happened in Ken's life, and you know, he was, you know, not really pulling his weight for a certain period of time. And so I just texted him one day saying like, hey, I think we should stop Fluency Incubator. And he called me, and he was like, hey, if you want to stop, like if you want to quit Fluency Incubator, that's okay. I want to continue it on my own. As long as you don't have any qualms with that. And I was like, oh, go ahead, for sure.
But also I want to keep all your money too. Is that right?
I mean, Well, no. He said he was going to pay me, and I think he
Okay.
had intentions to pay me, but he just never got around to it. Like, I mean,
But-
like, yeah, I don't want to like out Ken too much, but he has some like executive functioning struggles, like hardcore ADHD, like,
Mhm.
you know, like for a while he had an assistant that like did all that for him,
Mhm.
but then the assistant quit at a certain point, and that was when everything like really took a bad turn because he just didn't stay on top of that executive, like, you know, replying students writing in with emails and like having to issue refunds and like, you know, sending me my money, like stuff like that. Like he was just really struggled with taking care of those things.
Mhm.
And so yeah, I think to this day, I don't think Ken ever had the intention of actually taking people's money and not providing anything or like running a scam at all. Like I don't think he's ever had that intention. I don't think he ever will, because I know him pretty well. I think that ends up happening as a consequence of these executive struggles that he has sometimes.
So, as Karo asks, as far as the status on this for the refunds, are you still getting reports of people who haven't been getting refunds in reasonable timelines? Like, what is the status on that?
So after I made my apology video, there was an influx of people who contacted me being like, hey, I've been trying to get a hold of Ken to get a refund, and I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
Mhm.
So I think there's around, and so I you know, made a list of all those people and their names and emails, and there's about 10 people on it.
Mhm.
And I've tried to get in contact with Ken a bunch of times, but I haven't heard back from him at all ever since I made my video. And as far as I know, he still hasn't issued the refunds to these students.
Mhm.
So like I said, I'm pretty confident that he doesn't have the intention to just take people's money, give nothing in return, and just run away. So I assume that at some point he's gonna make it right. If he actually doesn't, and it just turns out long term that like he just falls off the face of the earth and we don't know what happened, then I've told these students that I'm gonna pay them back out of my own pocket because I feel responsible for, you know, it was our joint venture that they signed up for, but I don't have the financial means to do that right now because for the last large part of Fluency Incubator, I hadn't received any of the money we were making from Ken. It went all into Ken's bank account, and I didn't have access to it.
Do
So
you have
that's why I
some
said it also, like,
timeline that you'd be able to pay these students back that you could tell them?
I mean, not really, because I mean, I just started my, like, right now I'm living off of my community, Immersion Dojo, and I just started a couple months ago. Like, it's been growing, and that's been really cool, and hopefully it keeps growing. But like right now, I don't have that much, like, yoyu. How do you say it in English?
Capital. Well, yoyu is like extra, right? Like some
Yeah,
amount of
I don't
excess.
have that much like
Leeway.
extra money laying around. Yeah. So like, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not really in a position where I can make a promise with specific timelines. But I mean, hopefully, if things keep going well and people start to realize that I'm onto something with my language learning ideas, and more people want to join in on the fun of pushing the cutting edge forward at Immersion Dojo, then it will be sooner rather than later.
Okay.
But like I said, I do think that Ken's going to come around and pay. Like a similar thing happened many years ago, right? Where
which is why we're all kind of surprised by this, because like to a lot of us, the writing was already on the wall for this. Like that this happened again wasn't a surprise because it had happened before, right?
I mean, in a way, yeah, 100%. But for me, like when I first met Ken, like I didn't do a bunch of Google searches about him. Maybe I should have. But when I met him, I didn't really know very much about him. And so one of the first things he mentioned was he told me about that whole thing that happened. And I think he did it because he wanted to paint the pic. He wanted to, tell the story through his lens, or through a lens that would be more favorable towards him, and kind of make me immune from all the hate. So we kind of told the story in this way of like, yeah, I fucked up. It was my bad. But then I rectified it, but I never got credit for rectifying it because, guy comes back and pays everyone back isn't like a good news story. So it didn't, no one really heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so everyone still just thinks I'm a scammer. So he kind of told me that. And so, I had this get in my head of like, oh, all the public's all confused about what's actually happening. So whenever I saw like talk about Ken, like, people being like, oh yeah, that guy's a scammer or whatever, I kind of just wrote it off because I was like, oh, I know the truth. The truth is that that's a misunderstanding, And it is true. He's not a scammer. Like I said, like he's never had the intention of scamming anybody. Like he actually, like his philosophy is always like, Like basically his philosophy is do whatever you can to make people sign up, but then deliver something so good that they'll want to stay, even if what they got is not what they thought they were going to get. And so he's all about like, you know, you have to deliver good content so that the customers want to keep paying and you know, want to come back and buy your next thing.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, like it's the old saying, like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It's like still, you may have the best.
No. I mean, it's a problem.
Yeah,
you know, it's a problem. Like it's not like what happened is not acceptable at all. Like the fact that like regardless of how we got here, like if you look at the bottom line, that students paid money and they didn't get what they paid for and they didn't get their money back, which is what happened. Like this is completely unacceptable. There's no excuse that can make that remotely okay.
Fair enough. All right. So last section of this part, there were quite a few community things that I just wanted to kind of be able to read to you from the community, different thoughts. Some of these are pretty negative, quite honestly. And then I also, and then also I reached out to some people just throughout the community for comments as well from some of the different places that I've hung out, whether it be Refold, DJT, the Moe Way, Language Gains, and some of those have comments as well. So a little bit more to go here on this section, but I'm just going to go ahead and get your next reaction from this one, Matt. And Darius, feel free to make some extreme expressions here at any point, okay? So Nerdy Dude 777 from Refold says, your journey is an inspiration and the worst of cautionary tales. Already, we're getting a little dramatic. You were consumed by greed and destroyed your own brand and your own community for a quick buck when there are frameworks, patterns, and processes to be successful online. You could have been a success story, yet you chose to destroy yourself and malign Refold in the process. What's your greatest learning from all of this, and how will you carry out your redemption arc?
Well, I mean, I kind of mentioned it before, but I think the biggest thing is just realizing the importance of having continuity in all areas of life. There's another word, congruency. So like the way I think about my life now is I have certain principles that I live by, and I have to live by those whether people are looking or not, whether it's, you know, being recorded or not. Mm-hmm. And the way I think about it now is like, as long as whatever I'm doing at any moment, whether it's in real life or, you know, in a private conversation or whatever, like as long as if someone happened to secretly be recording me and it got leaked on the internet, it wouldn't be a problem, right? Because I'm just living true to my principles I live by all the time. Then there's really nothing to be scared of. So that's kind of, I'm really trying to like, I mean, yeah, I've learned the importance of that, to never think that you're smart enough to fool people. People are going to see through your shit. Stuff's going to get out there. So the only real solution is to just be transparent and genuine all the time, as best as you can. I'm still human, so I don't expect I'm going to suddenly be perfect. But that's what I'm really trying to live by in all areas of my life.
Fair enough. So Autofer asks, and I found this one to be a little bit more funny. I vaguely remember hearing about Matt creating alts on Discord, pretending he's not Matt and hyping himself up, showing artificial support for his side and arguments, requesting to get him unbanned from servers or stuff to that effect. Could he talk about that and the surrounding situations? And if he's aiming for full transparency, then I want to watch him openly cringe and suffer as he remembers and reflects on all the sleazy behavior he's potentially exhibited and stupid shit he's potentially done. Wahaha, evil smiley face. So, any particular Discord alt stories or things you got there, Matt? Nihongo Boss, Ren?
I mean, yeah, the particular details are pretty fuzzy in my memory because it's been so long.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, yeah, like the way that I thought about it at the time, like this is all stuff that happened like 5 years ago, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Is that there are these Japanese learning communities, and I wanted to be part of the communities. Like I felt kind of isolated in my own, being this kind of big figure in the community. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to just talk about language learning with everyone else on like an even page, right?
Right.
But what I felt like was whenever I went in those communities and tried to just hang out, like because I was MattVsJapan, people would record me, they'd screenshot me, they'd make memes out of what I was saying, they'd use little mistakes I made against me and things like that. Or they would idolize me and not be real with me and try to, like treat me like I was a king. Like I got both sides of not getting treated like a normal dude. And so but I wanted to participate in those communities. I felt like these are people that are cool people that are similar to me and I would relate to if they only treated me like a normal person.
Right.
So I think at multiple points I made alt accounts to go and try to just become members of the community without being MattVsJapan, so that I could just be part of a community of like-minded people. But then I'm there in the community in the alt, and then people are talking shit about MattVsJapan, and I feel like they're like straw manning me, said stuff I didn't say, and so of course I couldn't help myself but like try to correct the narrative and be like, well, I don't think Matt said that. I'm like, well, actually, I think what Matt actually thinks is blah 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 blah, right? Like I couldn't help myself, and then before they knew it, they're like, this guy's Matt, isn't it? And then it started, and you know, and then I'm like, oh fuck, and then I try to be like, no, it's not, and then I do even more suspicious stuff, and then everyone realized it's me, and I made a giant fool of myself, and then they have even more fodder to meme me on for the rest of eternity.
Yep.
So yeah, that whole thing played out a bunch of times. Honestly,
how many
like
times, Matt? Jeez.
I mean, I couldn't remember. I like at least 2. You named 2, maybe 3. I honestly don't remember, but I mean, honestly, I think it's kind of understandable if you really keep in mind that I'm a human too, and especially at the time, I had a much bigger ego than I still have a big ego, but I had even bigger ego back then.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, I think it's kind of understandable what happened. I don't think I did anything objectively wrong. Cringy, yeah, but
Fair enough. Okay, so Rosen Time asks, would you do a video breaking down your videos and emails from where you were working with Ken, pointing out manipulative wording and practices so that people that are vulnerable to that kind of marketing can learn what to look for and how to avoid falling for it? To me, this reads like evil hacker turned good sort of story, Matt. Is this potential future content for you?
I mean, I'm just not interested in doing that. Like, I mean, 2 things. I mean, first of all, like my strengths is in understanding language learning, breaking down language learning, teaching people language learning.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm going to spend time making a video, that's where I feel like I'm able to provide the most value. And so if you want to learn how to protect yourself from like online marketings and scams, there's probably other marketers that specialize in doing that. There's probably many YouTube videos that already teach that better than I could ever teach it because it's not my specialty.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just seems like why would I spend my time doing that when I could use that same time and effort to like provide value in the form of helping people with language learning.
Rosen Time, it sounds like there's a gap in that market. Now you can make that content yourself. So moving on. So this next one's from Shiki on the Refold server. This one's pretty brutal too, Matt, so brace yourself. Matt, like many people, your content from 4+ years ago is the reason I've been successful at learning language. You also must be aware that whether you like it or not, the things you say do have a lot of influence. You had to be aware of all the negative backlash and feedback that came out of the promotional material and announcement for the project Uproot. I have to believe that on some level, you knew that this was going to be the wrong way to go about things. You had to know that heavily censoring YouTube comments, trying to silence everyone, and giving honest feedback was wrong. So why did you still go through with this, even though you must have seen the damage that you were causing? Why did you put money above helping people? I don't want to dislike you, but you made it very difficult not to when your actions basically communicated that you had no morals and would do whatever it took to make as much money as possible, to use your own words.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously something I've thought about a lot because in a certain sense, it's even puzzling to me now. Like when for a long time, I just didn't think about it, and I was just living my life in Japan, trying to like kind of recover mentally from the whole thing that happened. But when I kind of think back to it now, it's honestly puzzling even for me because, I mean, yeah, everything that this person said is true. But I think a lot of it at the time, I kind of touched on this before, had to do with the fact that I really respected Ken Cannon as a person. I viewed him as and again, I don't want this to sound like an excuse because it's not. I totally take responsibility that I should have known better and I shouldn't have let this happen. But just because this person is asking, like, what was it like on the inside, right? I'm trying to share that honestly. Like, I idolized Katsumoto from the time I was, 16 years old for many years. He was literally like, I would have rather met Katsumoto than LeBron James, like anyone in the world. To me, he was like the most amazing person in the world. I completely idolized him. And Ken was real life friends with Katsumoto for many years. And when I talked about him, he told me inside things about Katsumoto that no one else knows because they were never on the internet. And that alone already made me think like, whoa, I'm getting close to my idol by being friends with Ken Cannon. Like I remember one time Ken got out his old phone. He showed me texts from Katsumoto on his phone just to like prove to me that, they were friends or whatever. And I was like, whoa, I'm like so close to my idol now. And like I said, Ken made a lot of money. He was more experienced than me. He had a really cool lifestyle. And he had this whole new philosophy on marketing and life that like it made sense in theory. Like when Ken first sold me on a lot of these ideas of marketing, they made sense in theory. I didn't really connect initially like what it would look like in practice. And so Ken sold me on all these ideas of how like you can leverage things more, make a lot more money for the same amount of work, and still provide value to people. And like he had all this thing of like people value things when they pay more for it, so they actually, you know, they're going to follow through more and they're more invested. And people don't value things that are free, and you know, people don't know what's good for them, so you need to, you know, like kind of not trick them, but you know, you need to guide them doing whatever means you can, and then they'll understand in the end like that it was for their own good, and they'll be grateful to you for it. And yeah, he had all these things that kind of were hard to argue against in theory. Right. And so all these things combined, I was like, okay, this guy, this like really cool, successful, knowledgeable mentor, like took me under his wing, and this is like my one opportunity to like rise up in life. That's kind of what it felt like. Especially because like Ken made like a lot of money, and I was like, of course I want to learn how to. It wasn't like I never was that motivated to be about money. Like I think it's kind of annoying to me when I have all these people being like, oh yeah, you're so greedy, blah blah blah. Like for me, it was just about like financial freedom, and you know, being able to, you know, be free to pursue my ideas in the way that I wanted to, and you know, and not be constrained. Like I never wanted like a Lamborghini or like anything. Like I didn't really care about money that much. That it was mostly like Ken was like, this is the optimal way to live, and I'm like, okay, cool, I want to do what's optimal, and he kind of sold me on that philosophy. And so then I got really deep into it with him. Like he flew to Portland one time, I flew to California, I stayed with him, he made an email list, I flew again so that we could work on Project Uproot. Like we had like ended up investing like probably close to like 100 hours into planning Project Uproot, and so much money just flying back and forth preparing. And it was at that point that I actually saw the script for the marketing material for the first time. And it really kind of was like, oh, this is what it is? This seems terrible. But by that point, I had so much sunk cost. I was like, how am I going to call it off now? Like, we've spent so long. I was literally at Ken's house at the time. I'm like, I'm going to be like, sorry, I don't want to do this anymore. And like, you know, buy a new plane ticket back to Portland. It was like so much sunk cost at that point, combined with the fact that I respected Ken so much. And I of course I expressed, I'm like, is this really okay? This sounds like terrible. And then he just kind of like, you know, gave me all these justifications and was like, it'll be fine. I've done this so many times. Like, yeah, of course people are going to get mad at you no matter what you do. Like, as long as the course is good, that's all that matters. Like, you know, and I was kind of in a echo chamber with just Ken and no one else to really talk about. And so I guess I was like, okay, I mean, I guess just got to go forward with it, even though of course a lot of me was like, is this really okay? I mean, that's kind of all the stuff that happened. And then of course when it really blew up, it was like, what, like, this is terrible, like what did I do? It was like, you know, it was like in a movie scene where someone like murders somebody out of rage, and then they like have like a moment they wake up and like, what did I do? Like, you know. But at that point it was like Ken was against, like I said, coming out and making an apology video. Like, and at that point, I kind of felt like Ken's my only lifeboat. Like, I'm like in this situation. The whole world hates me now. Like, I've ruined my reputation. What am I gonna do? Ken's like one person that's like, oh, everything's fine. No, just stick with me, and we'll get rich. It'll be fine. Like, no, everything's perfect. So, you know, once I was that deep in, it was like Ken was like my life buoy, whatever.
Sure. All right. So this next one comes from one of our favorite people, Quizmaster, aka Wolfgang, and he says, I told him he could say anything. I told him he could say, let's be friends. He could say F you. He took this in a different direction than I expected, though. So he said, hey, Matt, let's work together on a new anime-based learning approach. You'll have to do nothing but advertise and we'll get 50% cut. Don't worry, unlike all your other ventures, this is very clean. Hit me up if you want to know what I have planned and we can work out the details. What do you think, Matt? New business venture, potentially?
I mean, if I look at it and I think it's good, I'm willing to potentially be an affiliate. He's
not serious, dude. Don't fall for it again.
I mean, I assume that he's not, but
okay.
But I'm just saying.
Okay. You have to give me at least 10% of that cut, Quizmaster, if that goes through as the affiliate who, you know, put it out in front of Matt. And then I asked Shoui. Shoui said she didn't really get the question, but then said arigato. So that's her public statement to you, Matt. And then I asked Oojiman, and he said, I want to say thank you because my Japanese would be shithouse if it wasn't for seeing his videos. I guess that's a Australian phrase, shithouse. Early on, and there's so many amazing things in my life now that have been directly and indirectly resulted from me being so good and Japanese. So honestly, I owe him a lot. Also, tell him, him, and Rupa need to train MMA together next time we go to Japan. So what do you think there, Matt?
Yeah, sounds good, man. I mean, yeah, he's a legend. Like one of the first people in the community to pass me up, basically. So
you feel like he actually passed you up? What makes you say that?
In terms of at least in terms of that nativeness vector of like, yeah, I mean a lot. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Feels like passing for a native on the phone or something.
So this last one here is from the Doth, who is someone who was the one who streamed the video. He wasn't the one who recorded it and then distributed it, but he was the one who had the one-on-one conversation with Matt. Been on this podcast a bunch, friends with me and Darius. And so this is what he had to say to Matt. So, hey, I'm really sorry for what happened. It was stupid, and I was in a dumb phase as a youngster trying to have fun with the bros and their Japanese learning idol drama deliverer. I'm pretty sure everyone, or at least most of us, are regretting about it and have chosen to move on. It's been 4 years, and although I can't expect Matt to forgive us, do hope he knows that we did not intend harm except for Anacreon and whoever decided to leak the Discord stream, and nothing in the future. I would rather avoid any contact if that's better for both of us. Matt has always been an inspiration to all of us, me included, of course. Outside of the internet persona he has, I guess we just wanted to get to know the guy on a more personal level and hear his true thoughts. Honestly, we all have lives to live. I would rather not have to come back to this and have to see anything related to it, let alone comment. People can say and think what they want. Would just appreciate if the dead horse isn't beaten in the afterlife. So anything to say back to Doth on that one, Matt?
I accept Doth's apology, and yeah, I'm fine. But everything else he said, fine by me. I'm definitely fine to just move on and,
yeah,
move forward with things finally.
Like you said, that was 4 years ago, and Matt, I think a lot of us are glad to see, hopefully, the start of you coming out of, moving on to the redemption arc. And I would say if people can have the same respect for Doth, where we don't have to beat the dead horse into the afterlife. I think hopefully people on the other side can also do the same for Matt. But I know, there's always going to be haters, but hopefully some of us can at least show each other the human decency on that. So with that being said, Matt, there was one last thing that was missing from the apology video. And it seemed like it was a really good chance to finally, show how a gaijin can do a perfect Dogeza. So I'm going to give you the opportunity right now, Matt, if you want to. We got a lot of emotions here. A lot of people sent in stuff. If you would like to do a Dogeza now, now's the time. Get the Deep Weeb exclusive Dogeza from MattVsJapan. Is now the right time or not?
I feel like I've humiliated myself enough already, to be honest.
All right. We're going to have to move on. No Dogeza today, guys. Maybe in a future YouTube short, but not today. So with that, I think we can go ahead and stretch a bit. This is we are now going to actually be diving into the language learning part of this. Hopefully a little bit more of Matt history stuff. But hopefully now that we've kind of cleared the air on a lot of the things that have been floating around in people's head, we can just go ahead and try to move on. So Matt, one of the things that probably after any questions or comments about the scam arc was Matt's got a new image. And in fact, some of the people, there were some really specific questions. And again, this came from multiple places. So just to give some context here, after the last Off-Kai episode of the Deep Weeb podcast, Sudden, who I don't know, says, KanjiEater is a friend of mine. I literally don't know you. But respectfully, this looks like a receding hairline convention, LOL. QW said, need a question about what Matt did for his hair since the 3-hour video. And Karifrai says, how did you combat male pattern baldness? I'm 18, already losing my hair, been on finasteride, whatever that is, for 5-ish months. But what did you personally do to get all that hair back? What methods have you tried up until now that has worked for you? Clearly, there's a hair crisis, Matt. And it seems like people are looking to you as an authority. And clearly, as us getting bullied on the last Off-Kai episode, we're the target.
Definitely don't look to me. Yeah. Don't look to me for advice on this one.
So Matt, come on. What's the secret, dude?
I mean, so like, yeah, if you watch my 3-hour video, which is like from what, 2017, so that's like what, 8 years ago. I have a buzz cut, and I have a very big forehead, to put it, mildly. So I get when people are like, okay, even 8 years ago he was already going bald. But honestly, I think I've just always had a really big forehead. And like, even like my hairline now is not that different from how it was in that video. So the people have been telling me that I've been going bald for my entire YouTube career, but for the most part, I think it's just a meme. Like, it's just that I got a different haircut. Like, if you get a better haircut, you can hide it. Like, I did start taking finasteride and minoxidil 6 months ago, but that's only like in the last 6 months. It hasn't really changed that much. Maybe there's like a little tiny bit of regrowth from like minoxidil, but like it's not what you're seeing. What you're seeing is that I got like a perm, and I got highlights, and the perm adds more volume, and it like hides the big forehead better. So, I mean, yeah, from what I understand, the only real way to stop balding is to take finasteride. So if you're concerned about that, you should probably do that, although there's potential side effects, so do your own research and stuff. I didn't personally experience any side effects, but yeah, do that, get a better haircut, and if you're so far gone that the haircut's, you can't save it, and you need to get a hair transplant. That's my understanding.
That's certainly more.
I've not got a hair transplant, but I mean, maybe I'm not opposed to it. Like,
so what did lead to the new image here? Because I mean, the Matt I remember was bald otaku Matt in a hoodie, and then there was that transition where it became business Matt in a polo, and now it's like Ikemen phase Matt, where we got the stud in the ear, we got the permed hair, you got a chain on right now, dude. Like, where did this come from?
I mean, well, I kind of had like a going out and doing a lot of dating arc in Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go into too many of the details, but a lot of people probably know I was dating a Japanese girl for a couple of years. It was mostly long distance. I came to Japan, we broke up, and then I was in a few more relationships, and I got interested in, like, when you're especially in Japan, I think even more than in the West, people really care about looks, and they really judge you hard for your looks. And in the West, there's kind of this vibe of like, if you care about your looks too much, that's vain, and it means you're shallow, and like there's kind of this position you can take of like, I'm not a shallow person. I don't care about appearances, and so I'm gonna choose to not put work into my appearance, and I'm gonna almost look down upon people that are doing that and view them as vain. That's just not a thing here. Like, no one thinks that way. Everyone here is like, they got their fashion on point, they got their hair on point, and if you're not playing that game, you've lost before you started, basically. And so if you want to get taken seriously by potential attractive members of the opposite sex, like, you got to play the game. And so yeah, I got a little vested in the game, and that was what motivated it,
Okay. Had to step up the game. So I mean, that does,
I mean, I don't want to go into details, but I'll say that it makes a difference. Results do follow. So I would encourage anybody. It's intimidating at first. Like, if you've never worried about fashion, if you've never worried about your hair or whatever, like, it feels like this giant, intimidating monumental thing. And I had that too. But if you just get over that, and you go and you learn the basics, and you get help from people that know what they're doing, like, you can make big, it can really make a difference. And you notice people look at you differently, they treat you differently. If you're going to live in Japan, at the very least, I think it's worth paying attention to that. Not to say that I have a good sense of fashion or good looking hair. I have better looking hair and better fashion, at least from a Japanese person. Like, different Japan has different fashion styles and different standards in the West and different things. So maybe I look stupid from a Western perspective, but in Japan, I look a lot more on point than I did when I first arrived here, and I noticed Japanese people treat me differently for it, especially members of the opposite sex sometimes. So yeah, it's been good. It's worked out well for me, and I would encourage, even if you've been an introvert, you haven't, you've mostly lived your life in your room like I was, and you feel a little intimidated, like it's not for you. Like, I can encourage you to give it another shot.
People are asking if this is going to be a looks maxing course coming soon. Only $6.99. Matt, what do you say? You got some more you can distill for us there in a future course?
If I get enough requests, man. If I get enough requests, I might be forced to do it.
Yeah, might. So does this phase mean that the otaku Matt arc is done for good? Like, it seems like we've been building towards this for a while, Matt, where it almost seems like you've turned your back on otaku. Say it isn't so.
Well, did I ever have a true otaku phase? I think people overestimate how otaku I was, even in my peak of otaku-ness.
Okay.
Because I have owned one figure in my entire life, and that's because I wanted a UFO catching machine.
The K-On!
But
one?
like, yeah, the UE K-On! One. But like,
Darius and I are anti-K-On!, so no credit there, but keep going.
I mean, for the most part, like, I've never, really, I don't think I was ever that hardcore of an otaku. Like, for me, I liked anime. I still like anime as a form of entertainment. But for me, I was invested in that culture as a means of getting good at Japanese more than anything else. It was like the vehicle of me getting good at Japanese. And I always felt like I never had the same level of passion for the content as a lot of people in the community did. I don't look down on it, and I respect it, and I still enjoy it to this day. But it never was like part of my identity, as I think it is for a lot of other people. Yeah,
I think that'll probably be surprising to a lot of people. So
I think people just project that onto me because, like, why else would you try so hard to learn Japanese through watching thousands of hours of anime?
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time you picked up a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, Matt? Be honest with us.
I mean, the physical cards I haven't since like elementary school. Okay. But
yeah, I mean, it's funny that was kind of what you started with, was that season 0, because Zad was in the chat before too. We just started watching that together, and I gotta say, I don't know, the otaku stuff. It's interesting that you feel like it was just a means to an end, because for me, that's still like the end game. Like, that's still when I think about like what the point of learning Japanese is, it's to consume stuff, but also just to be part of that larger community where you get to be like part of the Japanese circle that's making stuff for other otaku and having like fulfillment in creating something together. So it's very interesting.
I think for me, Diaju was always the end game that I wanted. Like, yeah, from the very beginning. Like, I think, when I was in high school, I wasn't like a loser, but I was not one of the popular kids. I was somewhere vaguely in the middle of the caste system, but that bothered me. I was like, why am I not in the what they call ichigun in Japanese? They have words for ichigun, nigun. I was like, maybe nigun. I was like, why am I not ichigun? And at a certain point, my solution to the problem was like, maybe it's because I belong in Japan, and in Japan I'll be ichigun, and so I'll just forget the American social reality, and I'll go to Japan. I'll be Diaju in Japan. That was like always. I mean, again, I think that was an unpure motive, and I think I outgrew that motive to various extents throughout my time. But that was still always there. Of like, I want to go to Japan, live in the real world in Japan. Like.
Phantom Madman does remind us that. I remember Matt saying, "Grow some balls and listen to anime." So I don't know. That wasn't otaku, Matt.
But I think that was like because anime is most optimal. In a lot of ways.
Okay.
Yeah, I find this interesting because obviously not everyone who learns Japanese does it because they're an anime fan or something like that. But one of the things that makes Japanese unique is that, one, it's a very hard language, but two, there's also like a lot of really good content in it that like a lot of people like. And therefore, like a lot of people who normally would not be able to learn a super hard language are able to learn Japanese because like the content like fits so well for them. Like, it's really interesting, engaging, they like it a lot, and they like watch a huge amount of volume, which we all know is like a really important part of learning the language. So I'm actually sort of surprised to hear this from you, that like it wasn't a big motivating factor. And like in theory, if you had to learn some like Chinese or some like, if it happened to just end up being another language that didn't have a bunch of like cool content in it, that also would have worked for you. So like, I'm curious, was there really no love of the anime, or like?
Well, the way that I viewed it is like, in my mind, there almost wasn't a distinction. It was like, anime was cool, but it was cool because it was like a lens that I was looking at Japan through. So like for me, I think maybe this was it, is like whenever, I had a moment where I'm watching an anime and I was like, oh my God, this is fucking incredible. Like, this is the best fucking thing ever, which of course I had a lot of those moments. For me, those moments were not otaku media is amazing. For me, those moments were Japan is amazing. And all of those were translated back into Japan, the bigger structure that goes beyond just the media. So for me, my identity was always definitely tied up with Japan, and that I'm someone who loves Japan and is passionate about Japan, but it was never particularly tied in with with like that type of media per se. I feel like.
Interesting. So one follow-up question then is, now that your like Japanese is better and you're not particularly attached to anime, do you consume like a lot of other type of media, whether that be like more standard novels or nonfiction, or I don't know, TV programs or something like that? Or like what do you watch and read?
Yeah, I mean, since moving to Japan, my consumption of media has definitely gone down because I replaced a
Okay.
lot of it with just socializing in real life.
Mm.
But I still watch anime sometimes. Like I'm watching an anime now that like Orb or
Yeah,
Chi.
it's good.
You
I
guys know
read the
this anime?
manga
Yeah.
too.
It's like
Great.
yeah, it's like super fucking good. So
Mm.
I still watch anime sometimes. Also like with my girlfriend, we watch like dramas together a lot, or like
Mm.
movies too. And like yeah, I mostly read nonfiction when I read books in
Mm.
Japanese now. So yeah, I mean, I still, like I said, I still like it, but it's like I like it in the way that an average Japanese person likes it. Like, you know, it's a piece of content among other content. And sometimes you watch it, and I don't feel like I have a particular like, you know, passion for it. Like for me, I don't really view anime as like a category. I just view like this show happens to be an anime, this other show happens to be a drama. Like, you know.
Mm.
So, I mean, you mentioned, you know, the end goal was really always Japan, but you definitely held off for a long time in actually getting over there. So what exactly changed? Like, you went from, it seemed like satisfied being in America for a long term, I'm just learning the language over here, to, well, now you're actually living in Japan. So what was the switch there?
So like, yeah, it's kind of interesting because I've like thought about this a lot, and even I sometimes wonder why. Because like ever since I moved to Japan, my life got way better. So in hindsight, it's kind of like, oh my god, why didn't I go earlier? Like,
Yeah.
I wasted so many years like that I could have been living in Japan, having like a way better life. So even I kind of feel the same way of like, why did I wait so long? But I mean, after reflecting on it, I think part of it was like when I was, you know, I started AJATT, I was all on board with Japanese for like 5 years. And there was a point where I was at college, all my friends were Japanese, and I was set to study abroad in Japan at Meiji University. And like I already got accepted into the program, and it was all like set to go. And then that's when I had the kind of like existential crisis that like led to the 3-hour video. And that was the first time I was really like, was I doing this all for the wrong reasons? Like, was this just a giant escape mechanism for me to not face my true problems? And, you know, is like the true path, is the true hero's journey for me to like let go of all that and like not get sucked into the vortex of sunk cost? And that thought like sat in my mind, and it was like a poisonous thought that I like couldn't get out of my mind for like a really long time. Like I mostly overcame it, and I mostly was like, no, I love Japan. Like, you know, I love learning Japanese. I love teaching people to learn Japanese. I love making content about learning Japanese. But it was like always just sitting there, and I think that thought kept me from like 100% committing, because like moving to Japan felt like the symbolic form of like I 100% committed the rest of my life to Japan. And also, yeah, I was just like very occupied making YouTube videos. Like, you know, I tend to be focused on one thing at a time. So like I was pretty fulfilled in my own right, just from like making YouTube videos all day and being very active in this online community. Like there was a lot going on. And so I didn't have that much of a sense that I was really aware of at the time of like a lack of something. But yeah, I mean, the most direct thing was honestly like that push that tipped me over the edge was Ken Cannon moving to Japan. Because like when I was friends with Ken Cannon, he was like, yeah, we're gonna move to Japan, like you should come too. And I was like, it was the first time I realized, I was like, wait, I could just get up and move to Japan, maybe I should do that. And it extra made sense because like at the time I was like almost in a 2-year long distance relationship with girls living in Japanese girls in Japan. So I guess yeah, and you know, I was starting to be in my later 20s. It kind of felt like, okay, what's the next chapter of my life? And so I think all these things kind of came together and led me to be like, okay, let me actually make this happen.
Yeah, that's funny. The I resonate a lot with that as the only one here that's still in America, and I think probably after this, I mean, after our private conversation, Matt, I've kind of just been thinking I should probably just consult with a lawyer and figure out what the visa opportunities really will look like, because I don't know. Again, it's always been a plan to move back for an extended time, but it does feel like the longer I hold off on it, the more I'm missing out, right? And so at this point, it's like, well, if my day already revolves around it, why not just make it official, right? So yeah, absolutely. So now that you've been there for a while, I mean, is there anything that you're significantly missing? I know your first time over in Japan, or sorry, your school stay in Japan was less than ideal, you'd probably say. Now that you're actually over there, I mean, is there anything that you're still missing? How do you feel about being in Japan now at this point?
I mean, I love being in Japan. Literally, the only thing I miss from back home is my family.
Okay.
That's it. There's nothing I miss from back home besides the people.
Sure. So
I've had nothing but positive experiences here. I never really had culture shock. I never really had the funny honeymoon period wearing off, and like a lot of people have. Like for me, it's pretty much. I mean, of course, I've had my own ups and downs, but for the most part, Japan has just treated me really, really well.
So, what would you say is your long-term plan for Japan then at this point?
I mean, I think it would be really cool. Like this is very, very, very long term, but at one point to like open a physical school that basically taught. It was like a physical school you could go to learn Japanese that would kind of be inspired by ALG, but have certain things different. Where you could go and get there'd be Japanese teachers there trained to deliver comprehensible input. You'd go there, the classes would just be comprehensible input with some enhancements on the side, which we can talk about later. Mm-hmm. And people could get a visa to go to Japan and then learn Japanese through immersion in an optimal immersion learning environment. Like I think that would be super cool to do.
So I mean, in general, like right now you're mostly focused on the dojo thing, right? Maybe that's some future thing that you might be able to get to at some point. What does a daily schedule for you right now actually look like?
I mean, so I started learning Chinese I wouldn't say hardcore, but like seriously, like a little over a month ago. And so now I'll wake up and I'll do like coursing, phonetic training for Chinese. I'll do some Anki. And then I mostly am doing work for like right now I'm doing a lot of research about linguistics, about language acquisition and things like that. Also working on, video scripts and things like this and just preparing content for my community and things like that. I work for most of the day. And then I'll either hang out with my girlfriend, hang out with other friends, go out and explore Tokyo with my girlfriend or watch anime dubbed into Chinese.
So I mean, like how many hours are you putting into the Chinese thing right now at this point?
Probably like active like 2 hours and then maybe another hour or two passive. Although I want to start ramping it up too.
So sure. As far as like the balance with with the other obligations that you have, like a lot of people find it difficult to balance like a full-time job with immersing. So like how many hours do you feel like on a daily basis are you working towards some of those business opportunities versus the immersion part of it?
I mean, like what it feels like for me is that, so in my mind, learning Chinese and working on immersion dojo are like not separate because like the number one main reason I started picking up Chinese again is because now I've come up with this entirely new method. Well, not entirely new, but significantly changed method from the way I learn Japanese. And I feel like I got to experience it firsthand so that I can, know experientially what all the people following my method are learning. And, for every hour I engage in learning Chinese, I have so many insights and like ideas and ways to, because the thing is, once a week on Immersion Dojo, I do a live workshop with all the students. Well, not all the students come, but all the students that want to come. And we discuss things. They talk about their experiences. They ask questions. They talk about what they're struggling with. So my mind is filled with what are people struggling with? And then I go and immerse. And because I have those in my head, like part of my brain's always thinking about those. And then I have all these insights from my own experience. And then, about this. And so it really feels like learning Chinese is part of my job and helps me do my job way better. So for me, like whenever I'm at home, like I don't really have any other like completely separate hobbies that are not like learning Chinese, immersing in Japanese, or like working on content or researching language acquisition. Like when I'm at home, everything I'm doing is related to work. And that's all I don't view it as work. It's just like my life. It's like it's my hobby, it's my work. It's like all I really care about besides human relationships. So like a lot of times, like, multiple days a week, I'll go out and have dinner. Like a lot of times with my girlfriend, we'll spend a whole day. We'll like go out on a weekend and like go explore something in Tokyo and like, spend a lot of time with her. I go to dinner with a lot of friends and things like that, or go to other in-person events. So like my hobbies outside of this are basically, you know, in going out in the world and having, you know, doing things out in the real world. And so whenever I'm at home, I'm pretty much like, it all feels just like one big thing, which is, you know, solving this language learning puzzle, basically.
So, I mean, obviously the focus right now is Chinese, but do you feel like there's any aspects of your Japanese that you're still actively putting effort into on a daily basis?
I mean, I don't think of myself right now as actively improving my Japanese.
Okay.
I think there are many things I could improve, and one day I want to go back to Japanese. Like the way that I kind of think about the big picture of language learning is like going from 0 to fluent is a very different conversation than going from fluent to like native level.
Right.
Especially if you're in a position like I am and you've done things that maybe put you at a disadvantage when it comes to sounding completely indistinguishable from a native, then how do you overcome those things? That's also kind of like a different question, and I'm still very interested in that question. But most people in my audience are concerned about going from 0 to fluent.
Right.
So that's like the problem I feel is like most dire to solve right now. And that's why I feel like right now it's most important for me to be engaged in that process. So for the things that if I worked on my Japanese, I would gain a lot of insights, and I think I could share those with people, and it would help them if they're in that position. But there's not very many people right now who like that's the particular thing they're working on, right? Most people are like, I'm a beginner, I'm intermediate, and I'm trying to get to fluency. So I think one day if I kind of feel like I've solved that, like maybe in a couple of years, if I kind of solved that, you know, the optimal way to go to 0 to fluency, then I want to, you know, then I'll probably go back to really focusing on Japanese, try to bring my Japanese up, and then also, you know, make content around that and things like that. So, I mean, practically speaking, I learn Japanese all the time because I'm living a lot of my life in Japanese, right? Like I'll learn new Japanese from talking to Japanese friends and to my girlfriend. My girlfriend will correct my Japanese, and I'll realize that there was a random word whose pitch accent I was misunderstanding, or that there's some weird quirk in my Japanese that I'll fix. So I still end up like improving my Japanese just through interacting with the world in Japanese, living my life in Japanese. But I don't like act like there's many. If I was going to be like, I'm going to improve my Japanese, there's things I would do every day to like actively focus on improving my Japanese. I'm not doing anything like that now.
So, I mean, it sounds like one of the main issues is just getting people to be, I don't know, motivated enough to understand why you would even care about targeting a native level. Because I see this a lot still. Like people will be like, oh, if I was just at a JLPT N2 level, I'd be satisfied with that. But people who actually get there are like, why would you be satisfied with this level? So what do you think it is that, what's the distinction there between, like, why would anyone put the additional time and effort to go to the native level, Matt?
I mean, the way that I think about it is not that I think people should have that goal. In fact, I think probably most people shouldn't have that goal. But I think that, like, if you don't know how to make that happen, then you don't have a complete understanding of language acquisition. And if you don't have a complete picture of how language acquisition works, then you're not able to even make the optimal path for somebody whose goal is to, you know, only get halfway up the mountain, right? So I feel like first you got to solve the hardest possible problem, and then after that you'll be in the best possible position to say like, okay, let's say someone's goal is just to get to a conversational level, or you know, get to a high level of fluency but a native level. Like you now have a full picture understanding that will help you put together the optimal plan for that particular person, you know, which will look different. So yeah, it's more, that's kind of how I think about it, is that I got to solve the hardest problem first, and then I can like work backwards from that. I mean, realistically, there's no reason for most people to get to native level, but for what I've been realizing is that like a lot of these like having that as my North Star of like, how do you get indistinguishable from a native in the most straightforward way possible, has generated insights that totally apply to people that don't care about having that goal. So yeah, I kind of just feel like, practically speaking, having that as your North Star forces you to develop the deepest possible understanding.
But I think
and that applies for all goals.
I think that's exactly what people are missing, though. They don't see the practicality of it, right? So I mean, you're saying that it will be more practical for you if you have that in mind. But I mean, what would be the practical benefits? Like it's almost like saying, well, like if you learn some other skill like programming or something, and you say, all right, I'm going to know every little thing about this language, every piece, but then it doesn't actually have any difference in your actual quality of life using that thing. Like in the end, it's just a tool. So like what's the difference in using the tool, you know, at a decent level versus the native level? What are practical benefits?
Well, like I said, on like what I was trying to say a second ago is that let's say you only want to get to a decent level.
Yeah.
Well, some of the new techniques that I've come across will help you get to that decent level in less total time and with maybe less total effort, with less frustration. So what I'm saying is that even if you don't care about getting to that native goal, the insights that having that as your North Star generate are applicable to even people with lower goals. That's one thing. But if you want to ask the question of what's the benefit of getting to the goal, I mean, yeah, if you're actually planning on living in Japan and living a significant portion of your life through Japanese, like first of all, like think about it. If you're actually planning on getting fluent in Japanese, you're probably planning on living in Japan for at least a significant portion of your time, maybe the rest of your life, right? So if you're going to live the rest of your life in Japan, then you're going to be speaking this language for decades. And so if you have any insufficiencies in your language ability, you're going to be feeling those constantly, right? Like if you're 80% of the way there, you're probably going to be feeling those lacking 20% a lot more than you're going to be feeling that 80%, right? Like initially you'll be like, oh my God, it's 80%, it's cool. But then for the remaining years, every single day, you're using Japanese day in, day out, you're just the parts of your ability that are lacking are just going to be constantly shoved in your face. And so if you want to really like your language is really your interface for communicating with people, it's your interface for the world. Like personally for me, I hate the idea of having this like suboptimal interface where like even for my Japanese, like I said, like I think due to the way that I learn it, sometimes it takes more effort to speak Japanese in certain circumstances and things like that. And like if I could have learned it in a different way, that would have made it so like all like the way for most people, if you're going to really live in Japan, live your life in Japan, like you're going to like spend the amount of time you spend just using the Japanese that you build is going to be like way longer than the amount of time you spend building your Japanese. And so you have to really think about like there might be very long-term ramifications for the way you build your Japanese, what level you build it to, right? If you put in that initial effort to get like 5% better, well, you're going to benefit from that 5% potentially for like multiple decades, right? If you live the rest of your life in Japan. And so
effect,
even if
right?
even if it feels like it's just a 5% difference, it's like that little 5% you're going to feel every single day of your life. And I think, you know, that actually is a pretty big quality of life improvement.
So your main thing is it's a quality of life improvement for the people who are actually going to be using Japanese nonstop. I guess in my head, like the reason why I'm like, because I started off in the camp of, oh, if I just got good enough, like that would be fine, right? And then the thing that kind of shifted was thinking about like, well, what do I actually want to be using this for? And it went from, well, I don't just want to consume things, I also want to be able to make things. So if I'm going to make things, I want people to be able to first off watch whatever I do at 2x speed on YouTube. So if I was going to be making content, and if you have a thick accent, that's kind of a deal breaker. If you decide to write a story or something like that, and it's just littered with bad writing, which, I mean, in order to do good writing, you have to have some command of the language, right? So it's like those practical things of how do we take otaku to the next level that actually like kind of resonate with me on, yeah, I mean, there's a valid reason to take it past just, oh yeah, I understand this content for some of us, right? So that's where I'm at. Any thoughts on that, Matt?
I mean, yeah, I totally agree. Like, I mean, in a way, for me, it's so obvious that it's hard for me to even articulate. That probably sounds really like, I don't know, arrogant or something. But like, for me, I've always wanted to be as good as I possibly can because, like, in a way, like the language is how you express yourself. Right. And so if you have limited language ability, you have a limited ability to express yourself with like how much nuance can you express yourself with, right? How much can you like when you're trying to express yourself, you're trying to you have a certain feeling or a certain thought, and you're trying to get that exact feeling or thought in the mind or in the heart of somebody else. Right. And so the higher your language ability, the better ability you have to make that happen. Right. And so that even just like if you're like 5% worse than English or something, right? Like you really feel that in every single time like even in your native language, it can be hard to express things in a really nuanced way, be understood. And that only the difficulty of that even just gets multiplied if your language ability isn't all the way there. Plus, I mean, yeah, it changes the way people perceive you, especially accent. Like it's just a reality that, you know, that it's the first impression that people have of you. A big part of it is how you sound when you open your mouth. And the more you sound like a native, the more quickly that barrier between, you know, you being a foreigner and the Japanese person being Japanese, like the more quickly you can get past that. And I for me, I've always just seen a lot of value in that.
Yeah, that's interesting because I mean, like chat right now is literally saying we just like our own country better, like that sort of thing. So there's a very different mentality for a lot of people who are actively learning Japanese, and I don't know, it's interesting to hear that that's just kind of your default for learning Japanese. What about you,
I
Darius?
mean-
Oh, go ahead.
Well, yeah. No. Go Darius.
Darius, what?
I mean, in my case, I'm more like Matt. So like, I really like mastery for like similar reasons that I mentioned as well. You know, I like, despite originally being an introvert, I like communicating with people. I've always been like a people person, even if that sounds contradictory at some level. And in order to, you know, communicate well with people, you need to be able to express yourself well and be open and, you know, whatever, all that stuff. And certainly, you know, being better at the language helps a lot with that. So both from that aspect, as well as the fact that I just like mastery of everything. So like anything I do in my life, I like to be as good like as possible at it, unless it's something I decide like, okay, no, I'm just gonna be okay at that because it would be too massive of an investment to like get really good at it. But with Japanese, like I was always engaged in it. I'm like, okay, here's one of the things which I will get really good at just because it's but yeah, definitely not everyone is like that, and I don't think either me or Matt would like enforce needing to master like a language or any other aspect of your life. It's just sort of like, what do you do for fun, and also what are your like practical goals in life, and like the combination of those two things determines like how much effort and like what your goals should be for the language, right?
It is a great transition to the fun topic. I think there's some old clip of you, Matt, where you're saying something to the effect of, I don't really think about things in terms of fun right now. And that was like, you know, I guess maybe a post, I don't know, somebody who grew up with AJATT now turning their back on Katsumoto and the concept of fun. Is that still something that it's like, you don't care about fun anymore, Matt? Like, what is fun to you these days?
Well, I mean, I think if you talk to anybody who's at the very top of their field at anything, their number one guiding principle is not going to be fun. It's going to be mastery. And for me, the pursuit of mastery itself is very fulfilling. I don't know if I'd call it fun, but like when I'm grinding something to get better at it, on a certain aspect, it's like, yeah, if I was just sitting back and eating popcorn while watching a movie, maybe it'd be more fun. But I'm getting more fulfillment out of that pursuit of mastery. And so when you only pursue like, what's the word? You know, those like, you know, the most basic levels of fun, a lot of times that ends up to very empty and unfulfilling lives, right? You need to have like a higher goal, a higher North Star, something you're really trying to achieve. It doesn't have to be language ability. It could be anything. But if you're really just pursuing fun in the moment, I don't think that's probably what's going to lead to the most fulfilling life. On the other hand, yeah, realistically, learning a language takes a ton of time. And if you're not enjoying the process, then you're not going to get through it, no matter how much of a grind master you are. I mean, at least for me, I know that's the case. So yeah. I definitely take fun and my own enjoyment into account when I'm learning. And, you know, I pick shows based on what shows I want to watch for my immersion, you know, and if there's certain techniques that seem in theory optimal, but they're just so much of a grind, I don't take them very seriously. So yeah, I take into account fun. I take into account a lot when I'm doing my own language learning, designing language learning, you know, methods, but it's not the guiding star. Like if you really, I think for everybody would admit, like if your true guiding star was having fun, you wouldn't care about learning the language, right? We're all here because we have a goal that's separate from having fun. Although fun is still very important.
So, I mean, if would you say fulfillment's your main motivating factor in life now? Like if it's not fun, like is it money? I know you were just saying no, it's not money, but like what is your main motivator right now in life, Matt? Like what are you actually trying to get?
I mean, I think I'm trying to, I mean, there's many things, right? I mean, I think I try to find a balance between providing value to people and then, you know, achieving financial freedom. That's like a big thing in my life. And I want to start a family too. That's like a separate vector. Like, yeah, I mean, you know, I have different buckets in my life and I'm trying to, you know, find the right balance of filling all the buckets that, yeah, I guess, I mean, I think, aren't we all kind of going for like optimizing fulfillment in our lives?
Yeah, but through what means? Like, what are you actually looking for? I mean, you mentioned a family, like, but like if we took out, because again, like one of the criticisms from before is, Matt doesn't actually care about any of us. He just wants to make a bunch of money. Like, if we took money out of the equation, like, what are you really trying to get from your life right now? And I think you have your personal goals with family. Like, as far as like a career business wise, like, what are you looking for in that regard?
Well, I mean, I also like have a real passion for truth, and I'm inherently passionate about the topic of language learning. So I want to create the best language learning method. I have like intrinsic motivation to do that, and I want it to help lots of people. Like I've gotten, over the years, thousands of people have contacted me saying, that, hey, thanks to your videos, I learned Japanese. I learned another language. It had a huge positive influence on my life. I've met people, and I get recognized all the time in person, and so many people have stopped me, like in IRL in Tokyo, to tell me that I changed their life in a positive way. So of course that brings me tons of fulfillment, and I want to keep having a positive influence on people's life by helping them meet their language learning goals. And I also have an intrinsic desire to understand language acquisition as deeply as possible, even for my own sake. But of course, I want to share that with the world too.
Okay. Lucid does ask, so what do you do for fun these days? I think you already touched on it a bit, Matt, but what's any new passions, interests, or hobbies over the last few years?
Well, I had a phase where I got pretty into like classic Tetris, and I still play sometimes.
Okay.
In fact, I want to do streams where I like play Tetris and do Chinese immersion at the same time, because I also have this kind of theory that playing Tetris puts you in the optimal state for immersion at the same time.
Interesting. So, expand on
that. That's
like
listening to classical music in one ear and like the Chinese Bible at 2x another ear, like me going on a bit there. Okay.
So I have a Famicom over there with like an actual NES controller, and I play it on like the original hardware. Well, it's not technically the original hardware, depending on how you want to define it, because I don't know how deep we want to get into this, but
deep we like podcast, man. Do you have to ask?
The original, like, so there's a big community around classic Tetris, which is pretty different than modern Tetris. And the game that everyone plays, it was only released for the NES in America. There was no original Japanese version. And the cartridge sizes are a little different between Famicom and the NES. Like the underlying like software is the same, but like the physical cartridges are different sizes. And so basically I have an actual Famicom, and I have one of those like flash cartridges where you can like put ROMs on a SD card and then put it in and play it. And so then I have an actual NES controller, like from the American NES, because the ports are the same. So I'm kind of playing it on original hardware in a way, if that makes sense. And then I have an upscaler, like a pretty nice upscaler, so that it like puts it into 1080p, and I can play it on my computer monitor, but there's like almost no lag.
Which upscaler are you using?
So it's the Retro Tink.
Okay, Man of Culture.
4X.
Well, there's the 4K one, and then there's the one before that. I don't remember what that was, but yeah.
I think it's the 4K one. It was
fancy.
It was pretty pricey.
Yeah.
So that was a hobby for a while, and then also I got into alternate keyboard layouts for a while.
I've seen you talk about that. Yeah.
I like a year and a half ago, I had a nasty breakup, and I was really depressed and didn't want to leave my room for a couple of weeks. So I filled the void with learning alternate keyboard layouts. And so
to this day, an otaku. Jesus, that's
like the for real
nerd thing I ever heard.
I type on this keyboard, and I programmed the keyboard layout myself with QMK. And for English, I type in with Colmac DH, and for Japanese, I type with an alternate kana input layout called like Shinjis or Shin. I don't know how you actually say it. It's Atarashi ni JIS.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And so,
Matt, it really sounds like you're still just in otaku denial if that's how you fill the void, man.
Depends. If you want to mean otaku in the broader sense, then sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I go deep. When I go in on something, I go deep.
Yep,
for sure.
Yep. Okay, so not doing the program ask, Matt used to passionately talk about topics such as Zen, meditation, and Buddhism. Is that something you're still exploring? And Elusive Elk also asked, have your views changed? If so, how?
I mean, I'm still pretty passionate about meditation. I don't spend that much time doing it, but I'm constantly thinking that I should, basically. But I mean, I think my views have evolved. Like I had a phase where I was like an otaku about meditation. This was actually back like when in like 2016, 2017, 2018. And so I know like a lot about meditation and like different meditation traditions and different Buddhist traditions, and like I used to have like an IRL like meetup group in America that like every week we'd get together and just like nerd out about meditation talk and like do meditation. And I've been on a couple meditation retreats, so like I've gone pretty deep into it. And even though I kind of like didn't keep up with it, like I always thought that I should. I just, you know, wasn't disciplined about it basically, and like didn't really keep up with it. But like I have friends that I made at that time that did keep up with it and like have like this whole time been super deep, and like their views continued to get updated like through experience and learning about new things. And they're like, just like how, you know, the language learning community is always, there's kind of like a cutting edge, right? You can kind of take a historical view and look how over the past couple decades the views within the broader community have like shifted and evolved. The same exact thing has happened in like meditation. Like there was kind of a meditation boom with the internet where suddenly people could like go and talk to each other and could read material from all different meditation traditions, and there was kind of this, you know, explosion that happened through that. And the views have evolved in a similar way. And so I haven't followed them very closely myself, but I have like a pretty close friend that has, and he's like been updating me this whole time. So I still have a pretty good idea of like the meditation landscape and what is out there, because I have like this friend that's like kind of kept me in the loop. So my views have evolved a lot, but I haven't like been doing it myself. But I'm always like I really should. And learning Chinese has encouraged me to, because I kind of see, you know, well, some of my new language learning ideas are very compatible with like certain types of meditation and stuff. Like I think it could really help, you know, help the language learning process. So I want to get into it more for sure.
Is that just from a focus perspective that you're talking about there? Like, and I'll just say, like, my personal experience with it is like I started off just doing like mindfulness stuff, and it was really out of necessity because I was working a job where like I was how do I say this? Not like handling stress very well, like mentally. So I was like, man, how do I kind of like have metacognition of like the situation, being able to like react to it in the way that I want to, not necessarily in the way that I feel in that moment. And then there was also the part where I just felt like I couldn't focus on things very well. And part of that was just like a sleep habit. But then the other part of that was I just hadn't really been training like perception very well, or focus. And so like I did, what was it? The Sam Harris Waking Up course. And I read his book too. And I found that to be like absolutely fascinating. But then I basically, after going through it, I kind of got what I wanted from it. I was able to then focus on things. I was able to have metacognition. I understood the concepts from it. And now I don't have like a real great reason personally to just like sit there and try to train it every day. Because I hear what you're saying. It's like, well, I could probably be better at focusing if I spent a little bit more time on it. But like for you, like what are you seeing that, oh yeah, I should probably get back into it? Is it just that nagging feeling of could be better at focus, or is there more to that?
I mean, I think, well, in terms of like language learning stuff, like, I mean, I think meditation inherently helps with ADHD a lot, like better than any ADHD medication, you know? So yeah, I mean, I definitely feel that occasionally doom scrolling here and there has negatively impacted my ability to just pay attention to something that's not super stimulating. And so I think it would help with that. And also, yeah, the metacognition of like, basically, I think that when you're immersing, to as much as possible, you should not be analyzing what you're listening to, and you should really let the implicit learning process play out on its own accord. And it's actually very hard to do that when you first try to do it, because at least for me, speaking for myself, like I have so many conscious habits of trying to understand and trying to analyze language, and I think that biases the implicit learning process that plays out naturally in negative ways. And so in a way, like immersion has become meditation itself, because I'm basically watching my mind. I'm trying to have that metacognition, and I'm noticing when I'm analyzing things, and then I'm like letting that go and letting my brain figure it out on its own. And so that's been helping. But I think
I've
if I
seen
had
exactly that with reading, like specifically reading for me is like if you can, because I get distracted just like really often, and I don't think I have ADHD, but I don't know. And so just like trying to read something and actually focusing on that with all of your attention is a very different feeling than what I have in English, where I don't really have to think about it too much. But especially with Japanese, like it becomes like where the meditation object actually becomes like that Japanese sentence, that Japanese word, and going through it. So I definitely hear what you're saying there.
Yeah. So I think like in a way, immersion has become my meditation in itself, which is cool. But I think if I set aside like 15 minutes a day to just do like a mindfulness practice, I think it would help even more.
Fair enough.
So I want to do that. But I've been prioritizing Anki and doing phonetic training every day more as like my daily habits.
So I have a follow-up
go ahead.
question to this sort of mental state concept here of like what mental states are optimal for like learning. Maybe it depends on like the sort of thing you're trying to learn. I find in my case, this probably depends on the person. In my case, whether it's Japanese or whether it's like some computer science stuff that I'm doing, the thing that is most effective for me is when I get this weird hyper-focus state because I don't know, something just like really interests me for some reason, and then I just got like, it's sort of like a flow state, and I wouldn't describe that as calm or like letting the stuff naturally wash over me necessarily. It's almost like it's sort of like hyper, like over focused, where once you finish it, you realize you've been like way too locked in and you're like completely fried at the end of it. But you're having like such a good time that like it like was good. So I'm sort of curious, like, do you have an opinion on like that sort of state might be better in some cases, while another one might be better for other sorts of things you're trying to do?
I mean, I think for like phonetic training, I think, because basically what it sounds like you're saying is that that's a very active state where you're like consciously really biting in and chewing on the content, and so it totally makes sense for something like programming that's what you want. And I think for certain things like doing like chorusing, for example, that's also the state you want to be in. But for actual immersion, I think that's not the ideal state, and the ideal state is closer to like when you're just binging a show for 12 hours straight in your native language, and again, you're not consciously working on anything, but before you knew it, the day's over and you've watched like 12 hours of a show, right? I think that type of absorption is what's ideal for immersion more than that other more active type. Just because and like
would you say that it is more better to do that like later in your learning process or even very early on in your learning process? Would you say that's optimal?
I think it's optimal like earlier, like I think it's even more important earlier on, because like the way that I think about it is like when an infant's learning a language, or recently I like to think about a 6-year-old rather than an infant, right? Because obviously there's a lot of differences between an adult and an infant, but there's less differences between an adult and a 6-year-old, right? There's still differences for sure, but not quite as many. So let's say that you're a 6-year-old and you move from America to Japan, and you just get sent to Japanese school, and your parents don't speak Japanese, but suddenly when you go to school, your entire environment's in Japanese. No one's talking to you in motherese, giving you comprehensible input. You're kind of just thrown into this chaotic environment. But within a couple of years, you're going to sound almost indistinguishable from a Japanese person, right? But you're also not like what plays out in that process, right? I think that's what we should really be interested in, because that's the closest to what we should try to replicate, right? And so basically what happens is almost all the learning is implicit learning. It's not explicit learning. They're not consciously learning grammar rules. They're not consciously studying pitch accent. They're basically just engaged with trying to understand what's going on, but there's almost no focus on the form. There's all the conscious focus is on the meaning, and all the analysis of the form is delegated to the unconscious mind to do implicit learning. And somehow, even though at that point, all the phonetic categories that the brain developed implicitly were completely tuned for the native language, somehow it retunes itself automatically, and they acquire all the different phonetic categories, grammatical categories, and end up as a native speaker. So the way I think about it is there's some algorithm we have in our minds that allow us to completely retune our brains in response to comprehensible input. And I think when you start consciously like grabbing out with your attention on things that happen to be interesting to you consciously, now you're affecting the algorithm, right? Like somehow there's some wisdom in the algorithm that it knows what to pay attention to at what time. But when you're suddenly like you have this idea of like you've learned about certain conjugations or certain particles, and now you're like, oh, that's that one particle. Well, now you're like shifting the weights. You're the attentional weights that your mind is paying to certain things, and that can like make certain cues less salient and from the implicit learning's point of view and things like that. And I think that is a lot of the reason why people who do a lot of like conscious analysis in the language end up sounding less native in the end than people who kind of just absorbed it naturally, all things being equal, assuming they haven't like worked really hard to correct that.
That's really, really interesting. One challenge I have is, so talking about the case where it's like a 6-year-old in that environment, and I believe that probably that 6-year-old is under a huge amount of stress when they're in a new country. They don't have friends, and they're having these sort of issues, and that's makes it very salient for them to need to understand the meaning and everything going on around them. And in that case, I think your brain values it so highly that it's in fact willing to forget all this other stuff because it's just become so irrelevant to surviving in your situation. And how much of this is actually achievable as an adult? And even if it is achievable, is it truly desirable to like put yourself in that sort of learning situation? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, like it's a lot to unpack, but basically, like a lot of my thinking on this has been inspired by ALG, right? So there was this school in Thailand where adults were taught the Thai language 100% through comprehensible input. Very engaging, optimized, comprehensible input where there'd be two native speakers that were speaking to each other, also interacting with the audience. Very like adept at sophisticated systems of using props and gestures to make it comprehensible what was being said. Like what the meaning expressed was, even if you don't know any of the language to begin with. And people would basically learn the same process that the 6-year-old goes through. And they seemed like they learned pretty quickly and pretty efficiently and would reach high levels of fluency through doing that. And there's some interesting case studies where, in certain aspects, the less quote-unquote motivated the student was, the better their results were. So apparently one of the people that performed best in this program were the Swedish people, where in the 90s, the Swedish had this program where in order to reduce the amount of welfare they had to pay, they had this program where you could go to a different country and go to language school, and they would completely fund the whole thing. Because like sending to someone to live in Thailand and paying them money to live in Thailand was cheaper than paying them to live in Sweden, basically. And so there were these like, 20 like people in their early 20s, didn't give a crap about learning Thai, but they had to attend a school to keep getting the money from Sweden. And so they all chose the ALG program because there was no homework, no tests. It was like you just show up and have fun all day. And apparently they ended up being some of the biggest success stories of the program, where they learned the most quickly and became the most fluent. And so hearing this and similar stories led me to like my model of motivation. I think of there being two different categories of motivation. One of them I call achievement motivation, which is when you view like the achievement of mastery in a language as something you're trying to achieve. And so this is what motivates you to try to think about words mean really hard, analyze the grammar, things like that. I actually think that can get in the way because it leads to the things I was saying before of like now you're reaching out and altering the algorithm that your brain has to acquire the language, and that can have negative effects. On the other hand, there's what we might call identity motivation, which is a more subconscious form of motivation where you just view the target speakers as your in-group and you want to sound like them for your own kind of like social survival, right? You don't want to sound funny, you want to sound like your peers. And so I think that definitely helps the process a lot. So if you have like a social group, like these people were even these Swedish people, right? They're probably in Thailand, had Thai friends they're hanging out with. And so that on a subconscious level, I think if your identity aligns with the target group, then that creates a lot of motivation that helps create force to overcome the habits of your native language. So there's that. The other thing is that I don't think that ALG is what's optimal. I think that ALG is very I think ALG is getting at something that certain types of attempts to optimize the process can have negative side effects. But I think there's other kinds of optimizing the process that have almost only upside and almost no downside. And so my method is trying to find like what things can we do that have only upside, no downside, and combine that on top of an ALG style program as the base. And the specific things I think are phonetic training, like chorusing and high variability phonetic training. I think that has huge benefits that make almost everything in the process go more smoothly, and you should do that first thing. And then I think there's certain forms of learning vocabulary with Anki that if you do it in the right way will only speed up the process. So the way I think about it is like in Anki you're learning these words, but then when you're immersing, you're not trying to recall the meaning of the words or anything. You're just letting that, like, basically, you're just seeding those words as statistical patterns in your mind so that your brain will more easily be able to pick them out, still mostly using the algorithm that comes built in.
So, I mean, why don't we just go ahead and dive into this? You guys have been holding back on diving into the deep dives of language stuff long enough. So we're already starting to cover the ALG topics. Can we just take one tiny step back and talk about where, like, from where you started, Matt, with like the MIA stuff to Refold to Uproot and any mentality changes that happened there to where you're at now? Like, what was the transitions? Like, what were there key pieces of enlightenment that you didn't have at certain points that now you think that have changed throughout that path?
Yeah, so I mean, I started off basically having AJATT be my Bible. It was just like AJATT is the truth. We know everything we need to know. There is nothing else that we need to figure out.
Mhm.
And that basically stayed true for me until I realized that I completely failed to acquire pitch accent. And that was the first thing that was like, okay, there's something we don't know. Like almost no one acquires pitch accent. And then when I got more strict, I was like, almost nobody truly becomes indistinguishable from a native speaker. So why is this, and how do we fix it? And that line of inquiry has been what's kind of guided me this whole time. And so, I had kind of theories of, like, for a long time, I was working on this off the idea that, okay, I guess adults, our brains are just not as good at language learning as children's.
Right.
Like we lose plasticity. We, after the critical period, we can't just absorb everything through input. And so this needs to be supplemented somehow. And I had theories of exactly what the brain does acquire and not acquire. And that was kind of my working hypothesis for a while. And so very early on, I had the idea that it's probably ideal to learn through listening and not reading. Because, like, I mean, there's a surface level reason of, like, obviously when you're reading, you're sub-vocalizing in your head. And if you haven't yet acquired a perfect phonetic system, then you're mispronouncing words in your head, and that's going to entrench bad habits and things like that. But there was also, I thought, like, a deeper like hypothesis that I had that was like, your brain only acquires what it's forced to acquire in order to accomplish the task of understanding what you're listening to. Right? So, like, clearly people listen to language, they get better, they eventually reach the point where they have close to native comprehension. Like, that seems undeniable, right? And so I was like, well, when you're reading, when you learn through reading, you're increasing your ability to understand in spite of not having a perfect phonetic system, right? Like, you can, like, once you get really good at reading, even if you don't, let's say you're like, pitch accent for a native speaker, right, gives them a lot of information that helps them in the comprehension process. But if you learn a lot of the language through reading, then even if you're missing this whole channel of information which native speakers use as guiding clues of what they're hearing, you can fill in the blanks with inference because you have a knowledge of collocations, of, what words are like, like what words mean, what and all these other things, right? So you can basically fill in the blank. So my theory was, when you learn through reading, your brain's not forced to acquire pitch accent. But maybe if you learn through reading or through listening the first time, your brain would have to acquire pitch accent just because otherwise it wouldn't be able to, understand what was being said without those clues. And so I had this idea, you should probably learn through listening. And if you look at MIA, there was two paths. There was a perfectionist path and a balanced path. Mm-hmm. And the perfectionist path said, don't learn how to read until you're already at basic fluency. So that idea was there the whole time. By the way, it turns out that learning through listening is not to guarantee that you'll acquire pitch accent. So that hypothesis kind of turned out false.
Where
I also had this hypothesis. Which one?
Yeah, that it's false, that if you learn through listening,
because I've met people that learn Japanese through listening and they still have shit pitch accent. I mean, on average they have much better pitch accent, but I've never met anyone who had perfect pitch accent without any active work on pitch accent, and I've met a lot of people that learn through listening but have shit pitch accent. Mm-hmm. And so it's clearly it's much more, if you just are looking at people who learn through all listening and people that learn through some combination of listening and reading, like, statistically the people who are learn through listening are much better on average, but it's not like the what do you call it, panacea, like, solution that fixes everything. So there's clearly, like, more factors at play. But yeah, so that was kind of the way I thought about it for a while. I also for a while thought that, like, part of this hypothesis was the idea that, like, well, Chinese learners are good at tones, right? And so maybe that has to do with the fact that tones are so crucial for comprehension and that they teach you about tones. And then later, I learned this way after the fact, but it turns out, like, 99% of Chinese learners, like, suck at tones and have shit tones when they speak. And it's, like, a huge problem for them too. So there was, like, yeah, so it was still kind of like, mysteries to be solved. And then a couple years ago, I found out about ALG and learned about, I read J. Marvin Brown's autobiography. And that was the first time that I had the idea that maybe some of the things that we're doing as adults are actually having a negative impact on the process. Mm-hmm. And maybe that accounts for a lot of the lackluster results that we see. And that was an idea I'd never even thought of, right? Like, I basically, I knew that, like, explicit learning doesn't seem to cause acquisition or doesn't really seem to aid acquisition that much. but I never thought that it could harm it. I thought that it could only help or be neutral. But then, this gave me this idea that it could actually potentially harm it. And yeah, and I started thinking a lot about that. And then, since this point, I started thinking a lot more about what exactly causes harm. What are the mechanisms of the harm? How can those be reduced? And I've just been I've been looking at lots of case studies of what did people who got good, what did they do? What did they not do? What did they get good at? What did they not get good at? And that's helped isolate a lot of factors. And then also when I started learning about this theory of language acquisition called usage-based linguistics, that has like, it's basically the best current model that we have of what is actually going on in the brain when we acquire language. And this is like very recent that I've been learning about this, but it's like really feels like it makes a lot of things clear and explains a lot of what's going on. It basically says that the way that our brains acquire language is very similar to the way a large language model is taught language.
Interesting.
Where you get fed data, and it accumulates the data, and then certain patterns in the data get recognized, and things like rules or like syntax and things like this are emergent phenomena that are basically derived statistically from just mass amounts of data.
Makes sense. I hallucinate a lot of Japanese, so that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically you can kind of view this interference as like things that feed your brain bad data, skew, lead to you not having the, if you feed a large language model garbage data, it's going to have garbage output, right? Because the data is where its knowledge comes from. So I think that's been like a very useful frame for me for thinking about a lot of these things.
So with the interference that you're talking about from in the ALG path kind of that you're talking about, some of this you're saying, like, I think this was a major misconception from when you dropped the what's his name, J. Marvin Brown, did I get that right?
Yeah.
With the video about him, that I think a lot of people thought those were all your opinions. And so I'm curious, like, where is the distinction between, I know you said you're going to come out with YouTube content about this at some point, but where's the distinction between your thoughts and like what's different between J. Marvin Brown's teachings?
Yeah, so I'll just preface this by saying that I wanted there to be a video about J. Marvin Brown that like represented his views, not colored by my own views.
Right.
Because I knew there was a good chance that if I made a video covering this, that would be a lot of people's only ever exposure to ALG and to J. Marvin Brown. And so I wanted to kind of do it justice in its own right before I come out and say like this is my own take on it. So that my next video, or at least one of my next videos, is going to talk about all the things I'm talking about now, what I actually think.
Okay.
But in terms of what I differ from J. Marvin Brown, first of all, J. Marvin Brown seemed to assume that like if you do exactly what an infant does, then you will basically reach native level. Like you will become indistinguishable from a native. But that doesn't seem to be the case, because even like one of the best case studies we have from ALG is this guy named David Long. And in J. Marvin Brown's autobiography, he talks about how J. Marvin Brown was basically a perfect success story of ALG. He did the method perfectly. He got amazing results, and he even like J. Marvin Brown, was this guy David's Thai became even better than his in just a matter of years. And David Long went on to run ALG after J. Marvin Brown retired, and there's videos of him speaking Thai, and on all accounts he still has a slight foreign accent and doesn't sound completely native. And so that alone tells you that ALG is not a magic panacea that automatically makes you be native level, right? But him, and with all the other people that I've all the other case studies of ALG that I've talked to, it seems like one thing that's the case is that the phenomenology aspect for them is really similar to their native language. So when they are using, like when David Long talks about when he speaks Thai, it feels exactly the same as when he speaks English. There's no extra effort required whatsoever. There's no extra thought processes. There's no monitor. It just, it feels as effortless as speaking English. So that is really interesting to me, because I know that even maybe my production is similar level to his Thai, maybe even a little bit better, but I know that on the inside it doesn't feel the same. And that's like a very common report. And so basically what I think is that doing ALG like will give you the best possible foundation but that foundation alone will probably not become enough to be completely distinguishable from a native speaker, probably mainly due to two factors. One is that I think getting this interference from like consciously messing with the process down to zero is just not possible, right? Like as adults who use our analytical minds all the time, like we're not going to be able to shut that off completely. And second of all, I do think that, you know, our brains are not as plastic as a 6-year-old's brains. And we have a lot bigger task in rewriting all the pathways in our brain, overcoming, you know, first language interference. And so I think because of this, especially with pronunciation, it's going to take, like, ALG alone is not going to be enough to get a perfect accent. You're going to have to combine that with active work training your pronunciation. So that's like one thing that I think like basically J. Marvin Brown had this concept of a ceiling, which was basically when you first start learning language, your ceiling's at 100%. And the more you do things that cause interference, the lower the ceiling gets. And in his brain, whatever the ceiling was, that's what you end up with, right? So if let's say you interfere with the process 20%, you end up so you have an 80% ceiling, then you eventually will be like 80% native like, and that's it, end of the story. Whereas the way I view it is there is something kind of like a ceiling, but what that represents is how good will you get when all you do is get input and you don't put any active work into improving your language ability. So I think that it is true that the more you do these things to interfere with the process, if all you do is go on and get tons of input, that will determine where you're going to plateau. Because when we look at different language learners, right, people plateau at very different levels, even if all they're doing is getting input, right? Some people through input alone reach a near native level. Other people end up with broken grammar, thick foreign accents, and things like this. Right. I think a lot of what accounts for this is the more that you imitate the process of an infant, you don't have any interference, the higher you're going to get when you only do input. But the thing is, at any point, you can start putting in active work to improve your production and get better and better. So this is something that Stephen Krashen talks about. He has this model, right? If you have acquisition, you have learning, and learning is only helpful in allowing you to monitor your speech, right? And he talks about the monitor, but he really paints the monitor in this picture like it's very limited, right? He's like, the monitor can only help you when it's a simple rule, you understand the rule well, and when you have like mental bandwidth to apply the rule. But in real life, that's generally not true, and so practically speaking, the monitor is not practical. But when you look at the field of linguistics, it's like people don't really believe this anymore. Like, it's been proven that this is not the case, and basically, there is certain types of transference between what you know consciously and what you know unconsciously. That's like, but it's like pretty nuanced. But the bottom line is you can train yourself to be really effective with the monitor, and that's basically what I did with Japanese pitch accent. So like when I'm speaking Japanese, so basically I went through this process of like I would some Japanese would pop into my head, and then as I said it, I would recall the pitch accent of the words and what the pitch accent rules were, and I'd say it with the right pitch accent consciously. And it took a lot of mental processing to do that. But as I just practiced that over and over and over, I got better and better at using the monitor until the point of using the monitor itself basically became a subconscious process, right? So it's just like learning to drive, right? At the beginning, it's a very conscious thing. You practice it enough, it becomes automated, and then it happens unconsciously. Sure. So within my brain, pitch accent is not structured the same way it is for a Japanese person, because a Japanese person, their understanding of pitch accent rules were an emergent phenomena that arose in a bottom-up way through their brain doing statistical analysis on input. Whereas for me, I learned pitch accent rules in a top-down way, and I just practiced consciously applying them and routinized that until it became automatic. So it's still a different process, but the result is when I speak Japanese, I barely have to think about pitch, and my pitch is almost perfect. It's not all the way perfect, and I still have to think about it a little bit, so it's not a perfect solution, but it's still pretty good if you compare the way I speak Japanese now to the way I spoke Japanese 5 years ago. Like my pitch is night and day difference better, right? I'm at like 98%. I think it would have been better if I acquired it naturally. There would have been a lot of benefits to that. But, due to Marvin Brown's theory, if I would have failed to acquire pitch accent the first time, I would just be fucked. When I'm, living proof that that's not the case. You don't have to just leave it to input. You can take matters into your own hands and you can train it. And it's true with anything, right? Let's see a Japanese person who didn't acquire like when to use the versus when to use a, right? You can learn the rules, you can apply the rules, and you can get good at applying them, and you can get very accurate with them, right? So I think that there is something like a ceiling, which is how much input alone is going to take you. But I don't think that's what determines your ultimate attainment. I think it's your ceiling plus how much you actively train your monitor to improve your production. And you can take that as far as you want and get like very, very, I mean, maybe not 100%, but you can, if you want to, there's no limit to how long, like the way I think about it is like, when you think about how good people get at piano or kendama or skateboarding, right? Like you can consciously train a skill to insane levels. So if you apply that same ability to training your monitor to improve your production of a foreign language, there's no real limit of how far you can take that. Although when you're doing that, it's not the same thing as what a native is doing, right? So there are going to be some side effects that, like the phenomenology aspect is going to be different, right? Like I know pitch accent doesn't feel as intuitive to me as it does to a native speaker. And I'm, probably it's more liable to, it's going to deteriorate faster with disuse. It's going to, still acquire a little bit more mental bandwidth no matter how much I practice. Like there's certain downsides of it, but overall I'm still very glad I did it, So I guess to summarize the difference and I also think, like I said before, there's certain things you can do that will optimize the process but not cause interference. So if I was going to summarize the difference between me and Marvin Brown, it would be that the ceiling itself is not what determines your ultimate attainment. Even attempting to maintain a perfect ceiling is probably not going to guarantee that you reach native level. It's going to take some active work on top of that. And I think there are certain things you can do to optimize the process that don't cause interference.
Oh, and as far as like a MattVsJapan method versus like ALG, like what would be the steps to actually capitalize on those differences?
So the very first thing I think everyone should do is like hardcore phonetic training, which is probably mostly going to be chorusing. There's this technique called high variability phonetic training that has been around for decades and is like been proven with research that is extremely effective for like acquiring the sound system of a new language, but it's not easy to implement. And there's no real good way to implement it with Japanese. I mean, if you the Kotsu like pitch accent minimal pair website is basically an implementation of this, but it's limited in certain ways because it doesn't have enough variability. Like basically, what research has shown is that the more variability you have in your training, with regards to like different speakers, different emotional registers, like different levels of articulation, like that makes the training way more powerful. So I know a lot of people are like, I can get a perfect score on Kotsu, but I still can't hear pitch in real life. I mean, that's why that is basically, because there's not enough variability in the training, but it's a really good start. And so ideally we would have that type of training with more variability, but also the same thing for vowels and consonants and maybe even other subtle aspects of phonology. But we don't have that right now. So the best we have is chorusing and Kotsu, but chorusing is a really powerful technique. So I still think you can basically get all the same benefits.
So just on the Kotsu thing. So I actually started that a month ago after we talked, Matt, and it went from like random like 60% to your boy's at a solid 95%. But Darius still tells me that's cope, and anything less than 100 in that special environment is I still got to keep training it. So I mean, if people are just starting off? What did you call it? Invariability, fancy? What?
High variability phonetic training. It's normally written with the acronym like HV. What is it? HVPT.
Okay, so if people are starting, they should start with the Kotsu thing because that's the best thing we have right now. And I know you had said like maybe 90%-ish before, Matt. Darius tells me anything less than 100 is cope. Where like what's the end goal for that first state?
Well, the thing is, you want to be able to get 100% on it, but grinding that test probably isn't the best way to reach that goal. Like because of the limitation of variability, it's probably going to be hard for most people to reach that level of accuracy without more high quality data fed to their brain. So I think for you, your goal should be to be able to get 100%, but I would switch from having your main training method be from using Kotsu to trying to hear pitch accent in real Japanese. Because basically by training yourself in real Japanese to try to be able to hear the pitch, like you want to do it both ways. Like memorize the pitch of the most common words, and every time you hear the word, try to hear that it's actually pronounced with the right pattern, right? Like know that like Nakami is Nakadaka, and when you hear Nakami, try to be like, was that actually Nakadaka,
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other hand, when you hear a word that you don't know the pitch of, try to hear what pitch it was and then look it up to see if you were correct. So if you do that, you're basically just turning any input into this type of high variability training, and doing that will probably lead to the result of you getting 100% on the Kotsu quiz. faster than if you just grinded the Kosu quiz.
So Darius,
by the way, to clarify my
yeah.
own point, so I actually completely agree with Matt. And what I don't remember why I said it was cope or whatever, but if I were to think about what I might have meant by that is, you shouldn't be satisfied with 90% because like it's not going to necessarily be enough if you said, okay, I did some kotsu, I got to 90%, now I'm done with pitch accent, like any active work on it, and I'm going to naturally acquire it from here on. I don't think that will necessarily work. It would certainly be better than having not done kotsu. But so what I agree though is that from like 90% or whatever, the right way to get to 100% is not by continuing to do kotsu, because exactly what Matt is saying. So I don't need to repeat it any further. It's like I just completely agree. Yeah.
So that'd be like the first step that you were talking about in the MVJ method, Matt. Like what would?
Yeah, with chorusing, because there's a lot more to Japanese phonology than just pitch accent, right?
Okay, sure, yeah.
And to talk about why, like, there's like a lot of benefits to this. So, like, you know how people say like when you reach 9 months of age, you lose the ability to hear sounds that are not in your native language. But when you unpack what that really means, is your ears are physically capable of picking up every single frequency. Like, this is not a physical limitation of your ear. What's happening is your brain, when you acquire your native language, it learns to sort all sounds into a limited number of buckets. And basically, when you hear a sound that doesn't cleanly fit into any of the buckets, it just throws it into the closest one. And that's what you hear. But that's not a limitation of your ear. It's a limitation of like low-level processing in your brain, right? And so what you want to do is basically make a new bucket for every single sound in your language. In the target language. So even sounds like people will say like, oh yeah, English doesn't have the Japanese R sound, you know, but then they'll talk as if the Japanese ah is same as like the English ah, right? But when they're really not, there's subtle differences. So you want your brain to actually have a completely different bucket for the Japanese ah versus the English ah. And so if you just get input, high quality input, over time your brain starts to form the right buckets and it moves in the general direction, but it's going to take a really long time to converge on the same buckets that a native speaker has, and it probably will never happen completely. And that's the main cause for foreign accents, I think. At least on the phonemic level, you know. And so when you do chorusing, you're just efficiently creating these new buckets, right? Because you're through this mechanism of feedback where you're trying to hear all the difference, trying to produce it, listening for the difference, and then you're basically turning perceiving Japanese into a deliberate practice loop that lets you just very efficiently do all these buckets. And having these buckets is super useful because like if the sounds aren't even getting sorted into the right buckets, it's like when you think about it, right? Like trying to understand the language is like you get it's like trying to assemble a bunch of Lego pieces into a tower or something, right? And so the Lego pieces are the sounds, right? The sounds get assembled into words, and then words get assembled into phrases, get assembled into paragraphs, or whatever, right? And so if your sounds aren't getting sorted into the right buckets, it's like half your pieces are like literally warped and like half melted or broken, right? They're going to be way harder to put together and build the tower. And so if you want to acquire the language through listening, which I think you should for other reasons, then being able to hear all the sounds properly will literally means like the data coming in to your, like the part of your brain that tries to figure out how grammar works and what words mean, it's just getting way more high fidelity data when you actually are able to parse the sounds into the correct buckets more quickly or more accurately. And so instead of spending like months and months having your buckets slowly conform into something that's like pretty close, if you can just spend a couple of weeks doing hardcore training to like develop all the buckets really firmly, then now every time you listen to Japanese, your brain's able to like run its algorithms on every level of the language way more efficiently. And that's why you're going to acquire the language a lot faster, and you're going to end up with a closer model to what the native speaker has, right? So so it's not just about getting a good accent. It's like, I think for many reasons you should acquire the language through listening, I think the reason why so many people feel that learning just through listening is out of reach is because they don't hear all the sounds properly. And so the only way they can like really grab onto the language is if they see it written down. But if you can just learn to hear the language clearly, then learning through listening gets a lot more smooth and easy.
So I have a sort of follow-up question. It might be like a more advanced question, because this is something I still struggle with myself to this day regarding my non-pitch accent pronunciation. I would consider that I was actually pretty good with pronunciation from the start because I was actually a very listening heavy person. And in the sense that I was able to recognize all the Japanese sounds, and I was generally able to recognize when I wasn't able to make one of them properly. So one place that I recall having issues with was with like the R, the like tap sound, right? And I realized it, and after like enough fiddling around in my mouth, I like figured out how to make it. So that part, I would say I was like better than average. But the place where I have an issue and still have an issue to this day is even if under like a controlled environment, I might say the sentence like with all the right phonemes and vowels and everything. If I'm like not able to focus on my articulation or something, I might like schwa a vowel. And this isn't because I don't know that it sounds wrong. I know it sounds wrong, and I know the right sounds. But it like still just happens. It's like a like physical like thing, but which comes from being a native speaker where these all like are allophones, and like when you feel like you're saying something relaxed, you're switching it to schwa, and that doesn't work properly in Japanese. But like this seems like the sort of thing that's really hard to like fix. So I'm curious what you think about this problem.
Well, I think it's the type of thing that like the better foundation you build very early on, then the less of these issues you'll have. So I think it's a different question of like, how do you make sure this doesn't happen starting fresh versus what do you do when, because I'm in the same position, I have similar issues. So it's like, what do you do? You're like way late into the game. How do you fix it? And like learning about this usage-based linguistics, it basically is saying that language is like your brain categorizes the language into what they call tokens. So tokens is like a very general term, like every phoneme is a token, every word is a token, every construction is a token. So they're like, overlapping in different layers, different levels of, what's going on. But your brain is basically, it files everything into tokens, and then just, it's a statistical process of like, certain tokens build up in certain clusters. So like, every time you hear a vowel, it's a little bit different, but if enough of them show up in the same place, then, the cluster forms, and then your brain considers that like a bucket for the sound, and it like builds up and things like this. And so the way that it works, because it's a statistical process, is the early tokens have like exponentially more weight in the system than every subsequent token. So it's like, if you're like, flipping a coin, and you're like taking tally of like whether it's heads or tails, and you just so happen to like get 10 in a row that were like tails, right? It would take like a crazy amount more before the average became 50% again, right? So like you might have to do like another 100 times before that average like has to go back. So like that's why the very first tokens that you lay down have like disproportionate influence in your brain's whole model of the language. And that's why I think like even just a little bit of subvocalizing early on, or like forced output early on, is like laying down these like tokens that have like very strong influence, especially because there's already an attractor field pulling you towards your native language, right? And so now, once that becomes a pathway in your brain, like the other thing is that there's these like attractor phenomena where like, let's say you very early on, like part of the reason why this happens is that you get a couple tokens in the wrong place. Well, now when you get another token that's close to that, but a little different, it gets like your brain interprets that as the same token because it's established as like a category, right? So things like it's like a gravitational field that gets more and more over time. And then later, even if you get like, tons of input, like first of all, you might subtly be enforcing some of those bad patterns implicitly just by listening, because like your brain's, sort like those other patterns are getting reinforced. But even if it's not the case, like they have so much power that it's like really hard to overcome. So I feel like that's why, like for me in my Japanese, like it's like, yeah, if you end up at this point where you've like early on in the game create these kind of like patterns within your statistical model that like really bias things in a way you don't want them, it's a really not ideal situation to be in. So that's why I think early on, if you really learned all through listening and you just did this phonetic training and you really like didn't do any sub-vocalization or anything, I think a lot of these problems would not arise. Of course, you still have to go through that training of like training your mouth to do the right thing. But I think the problem you're talking about, it's not really a motor issue at its core. It's like deep in your brain's like statistical model of like what is considered valid language and what is not. And like it wasn't able to fully separate from English enough because of maybe a little bit of interference that happened early on and created this like self-reinforcing attractor field. So I mean, I think the best thing that we can do now, honestly, is just do tons of chorusing and try to just overwrite the pattern through grinding. I don't think it's ever gonna be as perfect as if you know we weren't in this position, but I think practically speaking, that's like the best we can do and can still get very, very close by just, you know, doing tons of chorus grinding.
Is that the Oh, go ahead, Darius. You can go.
Yeah, so I was trying to make a point that what you're saying about encountering all these tokens and making sure they get bucketed correctly makes a lot of sense. What I'm sort of worried about is how to ensure something doesn't get bucketed in with it, because that's the problem with the schwa, where it's like basically not used in Japanese or not like frequently. It's like just maybe like accidentally, like occasionally used, but and no matter like how much, even if I'm really early on like caring about this, it seems like it would be very difficult to create a bucket that doesn't like include the schwa in it, unless there is some specific negative feedback that I get. Like say I start chorusing and I start talking, and like the second I use a schwa, like I get like an electrical shock, or you know, the equivalent of it. Then I think it would work, but without that, it seems like it would be really hard.
Well, so like I don't know the answer to this, but I'm curious, like, what do you think? Like if you go back to that like hypothetical scenario of the 6-year-old who moves to Japan, he probably won't end up with this problem. But how did his mind able to reroute that in the right way? You know, like there's some kind of wisdom built into the algorithm of how the brain figures this out that like worked. So that's why I assume it's like if it worked, if the 6-year-old could do it, but we're not able to do it, it's because we interfered in some way that the 6-year-old didn't.
So I actually have an interesting story for this one. I grew up with my Chinese American friend in like Connecticut, which is where I grew up, and we went to like elementary school together. And then in like the last year of elementary school, he was like a native English speaker, didn't really speak anything else. He spoke maybe like a little bit of Chinese. He went to China for, it was like 6 months to like a year or something like that. Then he comes back and we go to middle school together. He speaks Chinese now, and his English is fucked up. So he has like a slight Chinese accent when he speaks English. And that actually like remained for like multiple years, like even to this day, like he doesn't sound like full 100% English native speaker, even though he is and had been for like the first like 7, 8, 9 years of his life. And I think this is like a rare case, but it's an interesting one because like clearly something in the process happened where whatever happened to him in China of like him really like learning Chinese very rapidly in using this like model caused him to like actually forget some of his English basically, which I think is really interesting. And I don't know if that would happen to an adult, like
probably not. I mean, a lot of that probably has to do with, you know, the brain getting more plastic, like you know, like at the ages he was at the different countries. And like it's not surprising that it made his English get worse from the like a usage based perspective, because it kind of predicts that we all have one unified linguistic system in our brain. Our brain doesn't truly keep the languages separate, and so if you're bilingual, every language is actually competing with each other, and like every token in English is pulling away from your Chinese token and biasing the statistics in very, very subtle ways. And like I think generally in like phonetic drift, I think is what it's called, is like a pretty well studied phenomenon where like even like people who start learning a language well into adulthood will have subtle changes in the way they speak their native language. I mean, they're probably so subtle that like you have to use a machinery to measure them, but they still happen. So like all the languages, they're not separate in your head. Everyone you speak influences all the other ones and things like that. So I would kind of predict in the case of your friend that like he went there at an age where his brain was still really plastic, and like it basically old data is not weighted as much. Like basically I think the way you can think of brain plasticity is like the older you get, the less plastic your brain is, and then the more weight in the system that the older tokens have. And so when he went to China, the old tokens didn't have that much weight anymore. But then when he came back, he couldn't reverse it all because his brain had become less plastic, and so those old tokens like had like permanent weight in the system, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I
But
guess it
also,
sort of
there's also
depends.
a phenomenon like Asian Americans who like are literally born in America, but they don't start hearing English till they go to school because both their parents are speaking to them in like Chinese or whatever, and they still have like a little slight Asian sounding like twang to the way they speak. So that's also why I think that even like ALG alone is not going to give you a perfect accent. Like, you know, phonetics in particular are so sensitive, and the windows close like so early that like I think an ALG like process will give you a very good accent. But if you really want to sound 100% indistinguishable, then that's why it'll take some kind of hardcore. Like you'll have to have everything stacked in your favor, plus maybe a little bit of talent. You know, if you want 100% sound indistinguishable.
Mm-hmm. And also, I was reminded of another case. I can't remember his name. He's a guy who moved to Japan when he was rather young, I think in middle school, and he went to like a Japanese like middle school, high school, and like stayed in Japan for his whole life. I think he was into chess or something. I'm trying to remember who the guy is. And he actually still ended up with like a pretty strong foreign accent, but his Japanese was good otherwise. And I mean, unless we interview the guy, it's like impossible to really know all the details of like what his situation was. Was he still using some English while he was there with his family or something or not? And, you know, all those details. But yeah, I thought that's also an interesting relevant. Yeah.
I mean, I think identity also plays a big role.
Yeah.
Like, I think that if you like in that case, if you have two people and one of them like really identifies as like Japanese, they're like that, they adopt that as a new identity, then they're going to end up with a better accent than someone who's like, nah, I'm a foreigner. And that seems to be like, I mean, I'm interested in what's actually going on in the brain. Like maybe it has to do with that, you know, when you're more emotionally invested, then like the tokens are like more weighted in your brain or something like that. But that definitely seems to be that like there's a certain age range, like 6 years old is already in there, right? Where I mean, it's on the earlier end, but like once you get around to like 8 to 10 years old, some people sound native and some people don't. And it seems to be like I remember talking to Yoga. He remembers very vividly moving to America when he was 9 and speaking zero English, but very quickly reaching the point of sounding indistinguishable from a native, at least to my ears. And he says he remembers like really wanting to sound like his peers and like paying attention to what they sounded like and like really wanting to get rid of any difference between him and them. So I do think that identity plays a role as well.
So with Ken, do you think that was the same thing with him? Because at some point, somebody earlier in the chat mentioned that he was at like, according to you, 99% pitch accuracy. But I mean, my same friend who reviewed you also said he doesn't sound as good as Matt. So I mean, is that the same deal there? Some sort of identity thing? How good is Ken in that regard?
So Ken, to my ears, like if you subtract pitch accent out and you're just talking about like vowels, consonants, like overall prosody, like I don't hear any foreignness to the way he speaks.
Okay.
My ears are not as tuned as a native speaker's, obviously, so maybe a native speaker could hear something more subtle, but I at least think like when I hear myself speak, I can still hear subtle issues with my vowels and consonants. Sometimes not even that subtle. And so I think on a purely like phonemic level, he's definitely better than me. He kind of has this sound like his way of speaking, like he talks like an anime character a little bit, which like sometimes I think is kind of cringe, but that's different than sounding like foreign. You know?
Not to say based, but okay, yeah, sure, cringe, Matt. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, he's aware of it. He's like, I want to like my goal is to talk like Luffy. Like I want to sound like anime character. That's the most badass anime. Like Japanese speakers are anime main characters. So like, of course I want to sound like that. But yeah, in terms of pitch accent, like I think 99% was probably me exaggerating to maybe sell my course or something. Like I think I would say like 90. Like but the thing is, his level of pitch accent he did seem to acquire completely naturally. Like the funny thing, maybe even ironic thing, is that like there's certain specific problems with his pitch that he's aware of that he's tried to fix, but like wasn't very successful at fixing them. So yeah, I mean, this even happens to him in English. Like he keeps like every time he tries to say mitigate, he says mitigate. And he like knows that it's wrong consciously, but he like can't change it. Like he keeps unconsciously making the same mistake, and there's a bunch of other weird things. So there's something about Ken where he's like intuitively very good, but bad at using the monitor to like make changes. But yeah, with so his pitch accent I think is a pretty good, even though he has studied pitch accent, I think it's a pretty good it's pretty close to what it was naturally. And so he definitely acquired the majority of pitch. He also got a lot of Kansai input early on, so that could be a factor why he didn't get closer to native than he was. But I definitely think he's a good case study of like when you take a all listening approach with minimal interference, you get a lot closer than people that don't do that. But probably not enough to sound completely perfect without some kind of training.
So back to like in the ALG space with, you know, you're kind of developing your own method in some relation to that. I know you've talked about Anki a little bit. Some people are wondering, like, should you be using a dictionary if you're really doing like a ALG style thing? So what's the balance there between this pure ALG and some of these tools that we've gotten used to learning in other methods?
So the balance that I've settled on right now, and this might change in the future as, you know, I get more experience, people in my community report more. So this is still, you know, pretty early on in the grand scheme of this new learning methodology. But first of all, I think you should learn all through audio. This might sound ridiculous, but I think the idea would be you don't even learn hiragana until you reach basic fluency. Because not knowing hiragana would actually be really helpful, because then you don't have to worry about accidentally reading things. You know, you can watch things with hard subs and you're scotch free.
You're already illiterate. Yeah.
Like for me in Chinese right now, I have to like really go out of my way to like I the other day I had to make a script for MPV to blur out hard subs because so much Chinese content is hard subs. And when I watch with hard subs, it might as well, you know, like it's I understand it because I know kanji, right? It gives way too much away. Mm-hmm. And so yeah, I think no reading at all, learning all through listening, just like infants do. And so I think you can use Anki, but it should be all audio. And the other thing is, I think you should avoid thesaurus style like one-to-one definitions. Like when you look at JMDict, it's more of a bilingual thesaurus than a bilingual dictionary. Like a lot of the times it doesn't actually explain to you what the word means. It just gives you a list of English words that kind of mean something similar.
Right.
And I definitely think that can cause interference. Like so many people, so many Japanese learners, you know, think the word dokushin means that they're not in a committed relationship, right? When in reality, all that dokushin means is that you're not married, right? So I'm dokushin, but I have a girlfriend, right? But a lot of people misunderstand what that means. Why? Because the first definition listed for dokushin in JMDict is single, right? And they don't. There's no clarification that they mean single in the sense of like when you're filling out a legal form, not in the, you know, colloquial sense of it. And it can take a lot of immersion to like undo that. And the thing is, even if someone becomes aware of this, there's still a chance that they'll accidentally use it wrong when they're not monitoring. Right. Because once those pathways are made in your brain, they have staying power, right? So there's a lot of, like, just like with Ken saying mitigate, right? Like there's people who, like, you know, even after hearing this, one day they'll still be like, when they mean to say like, yeah, because I'm not in a relationship right now, they'll unconsciously be like, oh, you know, dokushin dakara, you know, and then they might. And then if someone points it out, they'll be like, oh yeah, I knew that. Why did I say that? Right. But it'll still cause problems for you. So that's why I think you want to, instead of using a dictionary, you want ChatGPT to actually, in English initially, tell you what the word means. So you want it to say like, to the state of not being married, right? If that was what the dictionary said, like basically think about whatever the monolingual dictionary would say and just have that in English. If you use that as a definition, then I think that you're not necessarily scotch-free, but it's way less likely that you're going to incur this kind of negative interference in the learning process. And so, like, the way that I'm making cards for Chinese is, I mean, I'm just going through a pre-made deck right now that has like 5,000 cards, and the front is sentence audio, word audio, and the back is the ChatGPT description of what the audio of what the word meant, read out loud with text-to-speech. So my cards are 100% audio, so that I can like review with my eyes closed with a Wii, with like a not Wii, but a Switch controller if I want to. And so it's not crucial that the ChatGPT definition is read out loud unless it's monolingual. Like if it's monolingual, you definitely want it to be in audio form. But in my case, it's still bilingual. Like sometimes I do it in Japanese, sometimes I do it in English. But I still like it being all audio because then it feels like I can just go into this fully audio mode, and like it feels easier to stay in that fully audio mode when I don't even have to read English while I'm doing it. And someone in my community made an add-on that automatically generates both the ChatGPT descriptions and reads it out in Anki.
Fancy.
And like creates the text-to-speech like on Anki, so it's pretty easy to do that now.
So, I mean, with your Chinese, is it not already ruined from you? You know, like you started on that path, you know, before you even before the ALG stuff, right? So, like,
yeah. So I mean, but like to be honest, I never learned Chinese for very long. Like I think there were probably 5 total stints of me trying to learn Chinese over the last 10 years. Like I looked it up. The very first time I tried to learn Chinese was like exactly 10 years ago, which is mind blowing.
really?
But like every single time I stopped for various reasons. And so I don't think I am. I think that realistically, I probably do have some interference, but I think it's relatively minor. All things because I never outputted in Chinese. I think that's pretty big. I only read to the extent of my Anki cards for the most part, and like some subtitles here and there, but it's pretty minimal. So I think I probably still have some interference, but I think it's pretty like when I start. I mean, my comprehension's got a lot better just in this last month. But when I was first starting off, it's like I just understood the odd or word here or there, and that was about it from where I was starting from.
So why don't we move over to the pitch accent side of things? So this was a comment from Adrix G. So really wanted to know what the difference between how Matt thinks you should be acquiring pitch accent versus Darius's thoughts on how to acquire pitch accent. Where do those overlap? Where do those differ? So one of the things, I don't know, like Darius, feel free to take the reins from here, but like one of the things that I know you've mentioned a lot, Darius, was doing corrected reading as one of the methods that you had. Were there any other things that you think of in that same vein?
Yeah, so since we got to hear a bunch about what Matt said, maybe I'll try to do a diff against it, and then he can come back with more. And I think for the most part, I agree a lot about the very first step of you need to train your perception in a way that wouldn't necessarily happen naturally just by like immersing. And, in my previous videos, I recommended using Kotsu for this. And I also identified the same bottleneck with Kotsu. I didn't have the vocabulary for the lack of variability that exists in it, but it's the same bottleneck. And what I recommended to get around that, aside from just immersing, was to do the corrected reading. And the corrected reading in this case, I was recommending it not for the same reason that I needed the corrected reading, which was to actually correct my pitch accent, but rather to help you improve your perception. So even as a beginner, I believe that even if you don't output much, if the only time you output is with someone who is going to point out every single pitch accent mistake you got wrong, then that's a really, really interesting and pointed way to get this sort of boost to your perception, because it also brings in other psychological factors, like the social factor and wanting to look right and not please the other person and all that other stuff, which can be more motivating for certain people as well. So that's why I recommend the corrected reading for beginners, because I think it can really help boost your perception. And you don't even need to do it that much, because if you do it maybe even just an hour or two, a couple sessions or something like that, then your perception is going to get way better. You're going to care more about it because you realize, hey, Japanese people know about this pitch accent thing and they'll actually point it out to you and all of this stuff. And then you can go back and do more immersion, and your brain will care about it even more. So yeah, that's something I recommend. I don't know, Matt, if you have any thoughts on that methodology about corrected reading. Yeah,
I think if you're already reading is already a part of your learning process, then I think that's really good. The problem with my method is that I'm suggesting that you avoid reading until you reach basic fluency, in which case you're not going to be able to do corrected reading because you can't read.
So I've actually been curious. I've thought about that exact problem because, like I mentioned before, I wasn't able to read, and I didn't read for the first 5 years or something I learned Japanese. And I was thinking maybe you could actually just use Romaji sentences for this, because I don't think it actually matters that much. You're not practicing the reading, right? You're just practicing vocalizing in an environment where you'll get negative and positive feedback about your pitch accent.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the problem is let's say you've learned all through listening, right? You've never looked at Romaji before. Then when you see konnichiwa written in Romaji, that's not going to trigger the right word in your brain, right? like, 'cause if they're not going to be connected at first. So I think it would be a very clunky process where you're like konnichiwa, right? It's like, and I think just that clunkiness of it would like introduce more mistakes that aren't really issues that you're having, right? Because you're like trying to sound out these words that you're not used to reading. I think it's similar. It's like similar to how, like, if you try to, like, for me to this day, if I try to read a picture book in Japanese that's all hiragana, I'm really stumbling over it because those are not the visual representations my brain has learned to read, right? I'm like literally sounding it out. It's very clunky. So, I mean, the thing I would think is like, why not just speak, like, and just output and just have them correct everything in addition to pitch accent?
Yep. I think that also works, especially for that like initial use case. And I think the trade-off is, at least a lot of people that I've met are like super uncomfortable with speaking, especially in an environment where they'll get corrected, compared to reading and getting that corrected. Somehow there's a lower psychological barrier for a lot of people on that. But yeah, I totally see what you're saying about it being very awkward to do that if you've never read anything. So yeah.
I mean, I think that in general, if you do kotsu and you get to like 90% at least, and then you just generally maintain a, some degree of phonetic awareness when you immerse, I think perception-wise, you'll probably get better and better at it. Like there was this there was this like paper I was reading in like second language acquisition that was basically talking about, like, at first, if you go back to that model of like your brain's collecting tokens and then doing statistical analysis to, come up with what the language is, like the pitch data is not getting stored as tokens, right? But if you force yourself through some kind of minimal pairs test, or even just through focused attention to like pay attention to those things, then that data actually gets stored. And once that's happened to a certain degree, then it like a cluster around that like starts to form. It starts to like become a thing in your brain. And then once you've like seeded it in that sense, then just through getting input, like it continues to get stored. And there's like some empirical data that kind of shows this is the case. So my sense is that if you got to the point of 90% on kotsu, like you've probably seeded pitch accent perception enough that input can take it from there, assuming that you don't add any bad tokens into your system through, for like early output, subvocalization, or anything like that. And so what the model that I have is do the kotsu pitch training, learn all through listening, and don't add any like bad data into your system. And that should get you to the point where, like, by the time you start outputting, hopefully you have like 90% pitch accent accuracy. And I think people should start outputting relatively early, at least. I mean, for a lot of people, this is still going to be very late, but for like immersion learning community standards early, between like, I don't know, 500 and 1,000 hours of input. And the way that I'm envisioning it is, well, first of all, I think you should start with crosstalk. So you're doing crosstalk, and you don't want to force bad output, right? So what you want to do is basically try to say it in Japanese, and if you can, like something comes, say it. And if nothing comes, then like you can just say it in English and do crosstalk. So you start with crosstalk, and you start to transition more to fully Japanese conversation as you start getting more comfortable. And the crucial point is that you want to get corrective feedback in the form of recasts. So like in second language acquisition, there's different types of corrective feedback. And the one that I think is best for immersion learning is what's called a recast, which is basically when you make a mistake, the native speaker just re-says what you were trying to say, but in the right way. And they don't point out exactly what you got wrong or tell you a grammar rule or anything. Like it's a very natural thing that like parents do to children, right? Like if he says like, oh, he like go to school. Oh, he went to school. Like it doesn't even interrupt the conversation. So I think you want to make sure that every time you make a mistake, you're getting this recast. And I think you want to, if you can notice that you got the recast, you want to say it back out loud. And as long as you follow this, then pretty much you can output as much as you want without causing any damage, because if you make a mistake, that's like one bad token added into your statistical model, right? But then if you get the recast and then you repeat the recast, you just added two good tokens for the one bad token, and the net positive is that you're closer to native model in your head. Plus now you've like been forced to pay attention to something that your brain was missing, right? And through that act of like, this is kind of the same mechanism you were just talking about with the reading, right? But I think it applies to everything, like to grammar, to word use, to everything. You're now paying attention to something you weren't before, and then that seeds that process of like your brain starting to store more information that it was ignoring before, and then later you can hopefully actually acquire it without even needing to monitor. So I think ideally, if you go through this process, you could get to like close to perfect pitch without the monitor. Like, you're actually going to end up having it be intuitive through this process. Realistically, probably nothing's ever going to be perfect, but you could probably get like 99 and then you only need the monitor for like 1%, and that'd be a pretty good situation to be in.
Yeah, even that's probably the situation many Japanese people are in,
true.
who are not like native Tokyo dialect speakers or whatever,
Yeah,
or even
yeah,
just
good
one
point.
of their parents was from Kansai or something, right? And they need like 1% monitor to catch themselves on some stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff in English that I'm like that for too. So
yeah, same. That's really interesting. So I think I completely agree with you, and it sort of depends on how much you're trying to avoid reading early on, right? That sort of like determines the rest of it regarding how to do this corrective feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, like the type of like doing that corrective reading is, I think, a more heavy intervention.
Yeah.
And if you're doing reading, you probably need a heavier intervention. So like,
Yeah.
if reading is part of your process, you probably should do that, I think.
Yeah, makes total sense.
So we've been going for a while, guys. There's still a handful of
Not
things
enough.
left. Yeah.
Not enough.
Darius, do you have a few more questions that you specifically want to dive into with Matt? I know one of them that we had on here was about the Anki side of things. I know when I dropped by the dojo for one of the workshops, and you kind of mentioned, Matt, you wanted to get started back on Anki, and where are you at with that? Is that something that you're
for Japanese, you mean?
More just in general. Are you in what ways are you using Anki? I know you mentioned your Chinese method right now. Is that something you're gonna keep up with? Like, and specifically, one of the questions, like if we put a concrete question around it, interested in your thoughts on Anki in general, but also like, when does Anki start to feel less necessary? Is what Nightfall asked. So, thoughts there?
Yeah. So, well, where I'm at now, like going back to the balance of like ALG plus optimizing the process, like what I feel right now is that you should do Anki, but you don't want to do sentence mining in real time. Because like I said, the ideal mind state is that you're just, you're not controlling your attention. You're kind of just letting your brain's natural implicit learning algorithm do all the learning, so that you go through the same process. But if you have knowledge, your brain automatically uses that knowledge. So I think learning words in Anki will make it so that even when you're completely turning off your analytical mind, you still notice things that you wouldn't notice before, and you acquire words more quickly. So I think some form, like I'm calling it auto mining, and like something Morphman style basically would be the ideal, where you have cards that are teaching you new things, ideally like coming from the actual content that you're going to watch or have watched, but you didn't have to manually mine them using this analytical like process. Someone, like, they're just picked out for you with some algorithm. You learn them in Anki, and then in immersion you turn off your analytical mind. So I think that's how you get the best of both worlds, and then combined with all audio ChatGPT descriptions, and don't use a traditional bilingual dictionary. I think for me that's what I've settled on, is like the optimal balance of everything. So that's what I'm doing with Chinese. I mean, for now, I'm just going through a pre-made deck that had the most common 5,000 words. But, I think how to have a good replacement for Morphman, because that's not a thing anymore, is like a problem to be solved in the community. I'm sure people will come up with lots of cool ideas and software to do that. But yeah, for my Japanese, for a long time I made pitch accent cards, because I had a lot of monitor developing to do to like consciously fix my pitch accent. So. And there's a lot of words that just don't come up that much, but come up sometimes. And so, I had a couple thousand Anki cards just for the pitch of rarer words. But I dropped that deck at some point, and yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like I kind of want to get back into Anki just to learn really rare words, not because I need to, but just kind of for the fun of it, because I kind of miss that, and I appreciate that. Yeah, the idea of like, when do you need to not use Anki anymore? Like, in a way, I think Anki has the most value at the highest levels, because there's this thing called Zipf's law, which is basically that the word frequencies follow these power laws, where rarer words are used exponentially fewer than more common words. And so like when you start getting into like past the 10K word category, like the words you're learning show up so infrequently that it takes even native speakers like decades to learn some of them. right? So that's when like biasing the frequency using Anki really provides the biggest gains, because you can basically go through, you can reach a point of a vocabulary that literally takes a native speaker like 20 years to reach in like 2 years or less, you know? So, yeah, whereas at the beginning, you're learning words that show up so often that like you don't really need Anki to learn them. And so I still think that it can help your brain pick them out even faster. But it feels more like if your goal is to get to like the level of an educated native, like Anki is you're missing out by not using Anki more in the late stages than in the earlier stages, I think. But overall, yeah, the role changes because it, you know, basically, like I said, it's all just your brain noticing statistical patterns. So when you learn a word in Anki, your brain now, you've seeded that pattern. It's a lot easier for your brain to notice it in immersion. So I think like going through deck of frequency, like you're going to acquire words more quickly. And it goes from like acquiring things that you would have acquired anyway very easily, but just even more quickly, to like acquiring things that you might have not acquired for years if you didn't use Anki. And so, yeah, eventually you get to a point where I got to where like, you know, like if you're going to keep learning words, you're learning words that almost no natives know. And so it just kind of feels pointless to do so unless you're just hardcore otaku, which
that's right.
Based. But yeah, that's kind of how I view it.
So
yeah, Darius, go ahead.
Follow up on this. So I really like what you propose for like your learning method that you're using currently for Chinese using Anki, because it feels like almost like the most natural way you could use Anki, right? And that seems cool because it's like less overhead for the person using it. The only overhead is like you need to go into Anki, and I guess the types of cards you were describing are like very hard to fail. Right, so you would probably be passing like most of the cards, and it wouldn't be like annoying process or anything like that. So yeah, that seems really cool to me. The one con I've always listed for Anki usage, especially in the second usage you're talking about, which is to like do intermediate to advanced vocab acquisition, is that by definition it's biasing the sample, the frequency of these, and that can have negative impact, right? On like the classical example is some like dude who started learning Japanese, go hardcore on Anki, and then they speak to someone and are using all these fucking weird ass words that make them like look like an idiot because they're not using them in the proper situations. And, you know, even if it was the proper situation, they're not thinking about like, would the person actually understand it without like all this other stuff? Right?
Yeah, from the pragmatics point of view, it's not maybe like lexically it's the right usage, but pragmatically it's not.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you.
Very relatable.
And
yes.
Yeah, and like this is an actual problem, and I'm not sure that it's even worth it to do this, because I mean, it depends on your language learning goals, right? Because like if your goal is to show off in Discord communities, or you're just like a vocab like nerd and you want to like cram them all, or you just want to read books, then it makes sense. But if your goal is more on like talking to people, then I would say even like one incorrect usage of like a cool like literary word is worse than just not knowing the word and using simple words to like get your conversation point across. So yeah, I'm curious.
Honestly, you have a really good point. And like for me, there was a phase where I would make those types of mistakes you said, where like I would say something that like lexically I was using it accurately with the right collocations, but like from a social standpoint, it was something that a Japanese person would never say in that social situation, because it's realistically something that no one would ever say out loud. It's something you only see in a book, right? And I would do that. I had a period where I did that unknowingly, but relatively quickly I reached a point where like I have an awareness of like what situation would be appropriate and what is not, but it still pops up in my brain. And this is still a problem I have in this day, where like I need to, like I'll be in a situation and some like anime/novel phrase will pop into my brain that fits perfectly to the situation. But if I say it, I sound like an autistic cringe lord. And I have to actively suppress those. And sometimes, and like I can do it. Like if I'm like, okay, right now my goal is to sound like completely as natural as possible, I can suppress them. But sometimes I'm like, I want to say it. It's like it just wants to come out, and there's like a weird catharsis in saying it because you're like, oh, this is the perfect words for this thing. And sometimes, like with my girlfriend, when I'm like in a stupid mood, I'll just do it anyway, and she'll cringe, and then I'll be like, why'd I do that? But yeah, so it's definitely a problem. But then at the same time, if I was like, well, do I regret that? Would I rather just not know these words I still feel like I'm glad I did it, even though it definitely had this real con that you said. But I think if people are like, I think it makes more sense to not do that, I would not try to convince them at all against that.
Yeah, interesting. And one thing I've actually been thinking about lately is that there's certain foreigners who learn English as a second language, who I consider their English to be way more articulate than mine. I can't remember the guy's name now, but there's like this German film director. I remember Herzog or something. I forget his name. And he's like really, really articulate like that. And his vocab is massive. And it's like massive active vocab in a way that I like wish I had, because it sounds like so cool when he like talks like in the way he does. And I don't have this in Japanese. And I'm like actually sort of curious, like how would you achieve that without just like being a natural genius of like being in that higher tier of like really high level appropriate vocab usage in this situation where it is pragmatic because you're like saying something intellectual. Like this seems like a really complex goal to like achieve. Like certainly reading a lot seems to be one factor that helps with it, but like it doesn't seem sufficient. Maybe I'm not sure if you have thoughts on that specific optimization goal.
I would imagine that it's mostly just a matter of getting the right type of input. The problem is it's hard to come across that type of input. Like, of course, yeah, like you said, reading is probably the best thing you can do realistically, because reading is filled with like the most articulate, language. But there's not a one-to-one carryover between reading and speaking, right? So I think reading supplemented with listening to the Japanese equivalent of that type of language you just talked about for like huge amounts of hours, I think that would be the best solution. But it's hard to come across that, Like I don't like who are the most articulate Japanese speakers, like in terms of like public figures and stuff, like that comes to mind for you. Like I'm actually curious.
Yeah, I don't have any good examples of recent people, but Mishima Yukio did like couple cases we have recorded audio of him. He's a like really good example of that in spoken Japanese too. Of course, is written as well, so it's just like an extension of that. Also, his English is actually really good. He has like one interview where he speaks English, so I guess maybe he's just a genius or something. But like he's using like these more like erudite like words, like even though he's clearly a second like language learner of English. So yeah, he's one example that I would say.
Yeah, it's also like no one super clear comes to mind. Like, I mean, like Okada Toshio is pretty articulate, but
yeah,
I can't really think of like, not that I like the contents of what Jordan Peterson says, but he's definitely very articulate in terms of language use, right? Like, I can't really think of like who is the. I mean, maybe Narita Yusuke. He's pretty articulate. Like, yeah, he definitely has a way with words that I appreciate. So maybe it's a matter of trying to find a couple of these guys and like really doing a lot of input.
Yeah. It goes back a bit to the whole parent concept thing too, right? Like
yeah, it takes it to the next level,
Right. Yeah.
Arky says Joe Rogan. I don't know the equivalent of that. Hiroki, like or Hiroyuki.
Yeah.
He's another popular one.
Hiroyuki just speaks fast. I don't know.
Fair enough. Maybe that's not the
yeah, I wouldn't say he has a way with words. I mean, he's definitely above average in terms of how articulate he is.
If you're specifically going for what Darius is talking about, like a higher plane or something like that, I don't know. Yeah, probably have to start getting
like in terms of like he doesn't use a lot of rare words. Like Narita Yusuke will use some rare words, but they don't feel out of place. It's like that feeling, right, of like using rare words but somehow they actually feel natural in the way they use them.
Exactly. Yeah.
So in terms of dojo stuff, Matt, so with the new community, like, coming from the AJATT Foundation, where it was kind of like, well, and the MIA Foundation, where it's like, you need to go be by yourself, go do your thing on your own, to now you're actually running maybe a more involved community. How have your thoughts on community in general and the language learning process changed and evolved over this time span?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that having a community helps most people, for sure. Like, stay, like having other people to relate to when you're having, moments of weakness, moments of doubt, you need some support. Definitely. Like, I think it's still not good to like, if you're just like going on a Japanese learning community all day and just talking about Japanese and English for like many hours every day, like that's obviously not productive. But like if you spend, 15, 20 minutes a day engaging even in English with a language learning community, and that not only provides you motivation and like accountability, but also like helps you, give you new ideas of how to improve your learning, gets you new input sources so that you have stuff you're excited to watch. Like I definitely think that'll be a net positive.
Fair enough. I mean, when we're describing like the ideal language learning community, I mean, what is that? What's your vision there?
Well, the ideal language learning community for like Japanese learners would be half Japanese people learning English and half English speakers learning Japanese. And at any point you can like partner off and do crosstalk to like get input with someone that understands your methodology and is not gonna like put you weird pressure on you to output when you're not ready to.
Right.
And will actually give you feedback and things like that. Because I mean the thing with crosstalk is that like a lot of people complain about immersion learning being like this isolated process and how they want social interaction and all these things. It's like crosstalk is the obvious answer, right? Like if you have a Japanese guy learning English and he speaks Japanese to you, you speak English to him, then it's like you get social interaction. You have a friend, you're hanging out with your friend, you're getting good input, you're not doing anything that might, have a negative impact on the process. So I think that should be like promoted more in the community. And so I think like if anyone knows Yuto, which is like this Japanese guy who learned English with my method, basically, well, with immersion, but he learned about it through my method. He's going to start his own school community soon, and we've been in talks about how we're going to try to collaborate a lot, and like I'm going to sometimes join his workshops, he's going to join my workshops, and we're going to try to have cross-pollination between the two so that we can get this set up more, like get people that understand immersion learning that you can do crosstalk with. So like I'm like waiting. He keeps delaying when he's going to release his community because he's like such a perfectionist about his videos. So hopefully it's not too much longer.
Yeah, I'd be down to be a part of that too. I mean, in terms of perfectionists, Matt, one question that I've seen, like when I talk to my Japanese friends about you specifically, they say, how come he hasn't been making more Japanese more content? And then I look back at old content, you're like, yeah, I'll probably make some Japanese content. Matt, when's it coming, dude?
I mean, of course, I still feel that way of like, yeah, I should make Japanese content. Like I should do it soon. I mean, in fact, I'm closer than ever in a way because I've become less perfectionist.
Okay.
Like before, like, we talked about early on, I was like, if I make a single mistake, everyone's going to think I'm a fraud. Like now I'm kind of like, okay, everyone knows exactly how good I am. I'm not trying to make myself seem better than I am. So I could just turn on the camera and talk and upload it. And a lot of times I think I should do that, especially because like every time I get interviewed, like the other day, Mali interviewed me in Japanese and posted it on Instagram and YouTube, and it's getting like hundreds of thousands of views, and all the comments are super positive from Japanese people. So every time it happens, I'm like, yeah, I should just do that. I guess it's a matter of procrastination and the fact that I just get so preoccupied with the English side of things. But I really should. I should just fucking turn on the camera.
When's it happening, Matt? Set yourself a deadline right now. When are we going to see on the main channel, or maybe not? I know you don't want to mess with the algorithm.
Okay, can I start with short form content on Instagram?
Absolutely.
How about?
Yes. So when's that coming?
Okay, before the end of May. How about?
Okay. By the end of May, we're going to hold you to that, Matt.
Okay, you can hold me accountable for that.
And speaking of which, I mean, that was one of the things we talked about in the like apology arc. And then like after, at the end of that conversation, you specifically mentioned, Matt, if I goof again, you can tell me, KanjiEater. And I'm going to definitely be holding you to that as well. I know Darius is on the call and also a level-headed person who can help hold you to that. So you at least have a couple people now that can, I mean, Darius is within an arm's reach, so I'll probably be asking him to smack you upside the head. If something does go wrong from here, but hopefully from here we can actually go back to focusing on the language learning aspects and be able to do that along with you, Matt. So I want to say thank you very much for coming on to the podcast. Hopefully, I mean, it's rare for somebody to not come back, so I would love to have you on again anytime you want to hang out. Maybe we might have to talk about more otaku stuff, so my apologies there. I mean, you did say at least one point in this conversation otaku's based, so we're making progress.
Yeah, I don't shy away. I don't shy away.
Okay. So, in closing, we gotta at least get a couple otaku recommendations real quick, and then we'll round out with the final questions, and then for real, we'll be done. So, how about let's just go with Loomer's question, which is, what's your favorite Japanese work, Matt? It's pretty broad. but when you think of a favorite Japanese
I don't
piece
have like
of
a
media,
like
what?
one single favorite of like anything in life. Honestly, I just have favorites. But
Then I
let me
mean,
see.
we can go make it more specific. Lucid asks, is there a manga or anime that you've been enjoying in the last couple of years? I know you already mentioned Chi.
Well, yeah, Chi. That definitely like in recent. I can't. That's like in my mind. I mean, I still have like 5 episodes left, but so far it's almost pretty close to 10 out of 10 in my book.
It
I
finishes well. I'll just tell you that it's good. They did what they were supposed to.
I'm looking forward to it. Let me see. I mean, I'm watching Bakuman right now
Really?
in Chinese, and I mean, I watched it many times, like back when I was learning Japanese. But I really like that show. Like, maybe not objectively good, but in terms of like my sentimental value, like I really like that show, and I think it was really well done. I mean, I'll always love Death Note and stuff, but that's like really cliche and boring. Kaiji is like another one I think a lot of people sleep on. I really like Kaiji. I think that's like it's really cool because it's so unlike a lot of other anime. Let me see. Yeah,
It's a good
but
list.
I should like
No
compile my.
manga
The problem is
recommendations?
when I was in my phase of like consuming the most content, that was like so many years ago now that like I know the ones that I liked back in the day, but I feel weird like vouching for them now because I don't know what I would think if I watched them today. You know, I probably have a different opinion. Like I know I really used to like Murakami Haruki, and I used to like go to cafes and like drink coffee and listen to jazz and read Murakami Haruki and think I was like really badass, even though I was probably really cringe from everyone else looking at me. But you know, I don't really know what I think of Murakami Haruki today because I haven't read any of his novels in like multiple years. So like maybe I think they're cringe now. Maybe I'd still love them. I don't really know. But that's why it's like hard for me to recommend stuff like now because of the so much time. But those are the ones that came to mind.
Fair enough. So let's move on to these final questions. So Matt, what's one piece of advice you'd give to someone trying to get good at the language like you did? This is something that I ask everybody. It's pretty darn generic, but if you could just leave people with what's the one thing they should be focusing on, that'd be great.
Listen, don't read until you can speak.
Okay.
Put it this way: follow the order of natives. Listen, then speak, then read, then write.
Okay. And this next one's for Matt as a person, less of a language guru. What's one piece of advice you'd give to your younger self?
Be more skeptical of other people. Basically, like be a more strict judge of character. I think the when I really think to all the mistakes that I made, like it really came down to giving too much of my own sovereignty to someone else who I at some point deemed like completely trustworthy. I think like never letting go of that sovereignty or those critical faculties, even to people that you think you really trust. I think you always got to keep your head on screwed tight.
Fair enough. Matt, thanks so much for joining. Where can people find you online, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I have my YouTube channel, MattVsJapan. Come check out Immersion Dojo. You can use
links in the description.
Link
I've sold out. He told me like 5 minutes before the show that apparently I get a cut if you use my link. So yeah, journalistic integrity might have slipped a little bit on this episode. I tried to keep it as fair as possible, but check out the link. Definitely use my link and not anybody else's. Okay. Anything else you want to push there, Matt?
I mean, I have Twitter and Instagram too. I've been trying to post more stories. If you want to like see what I'm doing on a day-to-day life in Japan, I post stories of like restaurants I went to and stuff.
Cool.
So there's that too.
Darius, where can people find you online?
You can't really find me online these days. Like I technically have an Instagram, but I don't post on it. And I have a Twitter, which I don't post on. I used to be active on Discord, but now I'm not active there either. So you might be able to DM me on Discord or one of these other places. That's about it.
On the Deep Weeb podcast. That's about it. All right.
Yeah.
And as always, thank you everybody for the questions. Thank you for helping out. Thanks again for anybody who's liked, subscribed, all that fun stuff. Really do appreciate it. And hopefully we'll be able to have another one of these soon. And like I said, Matt, you're welcome back anytime, man. As long as you don't get into trouble. But like I said, Oojiman and I will track you down and beat you up if you could. So we'll end on that note. Have a good one, everybody. Bye.